Hello, 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 folks. How we doing? Hey there, Kiro. Good to see you. I was a little bit slow on starting the timer today, so we'll hit the top of the hour before the timer counts down, but we'll give folks a couple minutes to get in here. I hope everyone is having an excellent weekend so far. I know that I am. Thank you all for bearing with me on the later start time today. Um, Yay! I'm glad you're excited, Kira. Yes, I had a family event today. It was pretty important, and so I didn't want to cancel the stream, but I also, family does come first. So thank you all for bearing with me on the later start time. Hey, Chaotic, welcome. I hope you're having a good day. Alrighty, we'll get started here in about 1 minute. Copper Lily says, ready for the sequel. Oh, yeah, that's right. Hey, Engineer Moore, good to see you. How's your weekend going? Hey, Chai. Family drama. Oh, yeah. Hey, Invisible. SQL sounds fun. Yeah, Invisible. We did a stream on SQL last week talking about the very basics. Now we're going to keep covering some more of the basics of SQL along with some slightly more advanced topics such as joins, inserts, deletes, that kind of thing. Oh, hey there, Gwen. Oh, goodness. Safety vest. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Wow. And on that note, let's go ahead and get started. Hey there, folks. Thank you so much, Safety Vest. I really appreciate it. They say highlight of the week: taking SQL questions. Taking SQL classes and learning at work too. Oh, that's so you are Safety Vest. Are you learning SQL at your job? Oh, that's awesome. And Gwen, welcome to the stream. First time catching a stream. Been working through 100 devs as a catch-up crew member over the summer. Oh, that's rad. I love the catch-up crew. They're great. They work so hard. I'm sure you do too. Invisible says, join as an advanced topic. This will be fun. No, I'm not saying it's necessarily an advanced topic, but if this is only your second time doing SQL, like it is for many of the folks here who are viewing this stream, then joins are another step in the process of learning how to be an effective SQL programmer or SQL coder. And really my goal here is to not try to overwhelm anybody or make things difficult or tackle really difficult SQL questions. It's more about, hey, if you're a developer and you get the opportunity to work with a database, are you going to have the skills to know what type of queries you should be writing, know how to to the basics of manipulating data with SQL, and have the confidence to answer basic SQL questions in an interview if it should come up. This is the kind of thing that I'm hoping that folks can put SQL on their resumes as a nice to have kind of a thing, because it's SQL is one of those really great skills that if you know just a little bit, you can go really far and impress people with your knowledge. Kira, I'm Ketchup Crew myself. That's awesome. Ketchup Crew, woo, yes. Alrighty. So, once again, great to see everybody here today. Today we are talking about SQL. Invisible says, I used to write tons of SQL, but since my current job, I rarely do. Yeah. So, it's SQL shows up in a lot of different fields and in a lot of different roles. So I spent most of my career as a data analyst, close to a decade as a data analyst, and that entire time I was using SQL, but not as a developer. I was using it for analytics, so primarily pulling data from databases, um, organizing that data, parsing that data, making it into something that I could then dump into another tool, such as Microsoft Excel, and produce graphs and charts and do more detailed analysis there. But what SQL is really great at is creating connections and cleaning data and doing the preliminary curation of your data set so that when it comes out of the database, It's only the data that you want and need, and nothing more, nothing less. And that's what we're talking about from like a read-only perspective. But you can also do all the standard manipulations that you would in, let's say, a JavaScript CRUD app, right? Create, read, update, delete. SQL lets you do all of those things as well. And so we're going to be talking about that a little bit today as well. What are the, other than just reading data from a database, what are the other types of things you can do, such as inserting records into a table, um, perhaps updating those records, and also deleting those records as well. Hey, Drunk Coco Grandma, good to see you here. Oh no, you. I pushed the stream start time back by 2 hours today. We're starting 2 hours later than normal because of a family event. So, oh, and I need to turn on closed captions. So give me just a moment to do that, please. If you would like, or if you want or need closed captioning, I will be turning it on in just a moment. And if you want to enable closed captions, they should be available now. You can hover your mouse over the right side of your video window, and a little closed caption button should appear. You can click that, and captions should be available for you. Quirky says, "Hey everyone, I'm learning SQL for better on build time. Oh, for better build time with Netlify versus MongoDB. I'm also Ketchup Crew. Welcome. Good to have you here, Quirky." SQL is a great language to know, and also it's important to just have a wide knowledge base in general, right? Some projects, some employers are going to be working with NoSQL databases such as MongoDB, which many of you are already familiar with. But I will say that the vast majority of databases around the world are what we call relational databases. So relational databases are just that. They rely heavily on relationships between rows of data and between tables of data. And in a relational database, sometimes interchangeably called a SQL database, data is arranged in rows and columns. And so, just like the world's largest Excel spreadsheet, that is what we would call a table. And tables are generally just related pieces of data that are put together in rows and columns. And then we can also draw relationships between tables, which is what we're going to cover later in the stream today when we talk about joins. Hey, Nuhu. Today we're doing some more SQL. Good to have you here. Hey, Fuel. Good to have you. Invisible says, I love every kind of database education. I used to be a database engineer, so we had some similar jobs before. Well, I'm actually currently.
Just followed.
Okay, dude. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm currently a senior business intelligence developer. So I'm a senior database engineer currently. I started out as a data analyst and then became a developer.
Connor Floki just followed.
Hey, thank you for the follow, Connor. Invisible says, what is that? Supabase? Yes, today we're going to be working in Supabase. Porky, thank you so much for the follow. Good to see you, by the way.
Just followed.
Hey, Connor, greetings from Argentina. That's awesome. And so, yes, we are using Supabase today, but what we're doing in Supabase is we are answering some Code Wars questions. And what I find kind of frustrating about practicing SQL in Code Wars is that you can't, when you're testing a solution. Oh, Jay, thank you so much for the follow.
X_ just followed.
When you're practicing SQL in Code Wars, what I find challenging about that is that you can't like see a table result. So you run your query, you test it, and it doesn't show you a table. It just shows you this is wrong, which can make it really hard to tell where your query is going wrong. And so what I've done is for each of these Code Wars questions that we're going to be covering today, I've built the table structures that with example data that we can query, so we can build our queries step by step, and test them out as we go before putting them into Code Wars and seeing if we've got the right answer. Hyper says, what is the best way to get into this field? Oh, Nuhu, thank you so much for the follow. Um, well, there's lots of different ways to get into the field, to this field. I assume you're talking about like being a database developer. Knowing SQL is a great first step because most, like I say, most databases around the world are relational and they work off of SQL. That's not to say you can't be a database developer working with a NoSQL database such as MongoDB, but you'll have an easier time of it if you know both, if you can do both NoSQL and SQL databases. Um, and I mean, a lot of folks get into it from the analyst angle. That's how I did it, but you can jump straight into being a database developer as well as a backend developer as well. Fuel says there's also graph DBs and timeline DBs. Yes, there are many other database types aside from NoSQL and relational databases, but by far, those two are the most common. A lot of social media apps and things like that will use what's called graph databases. And yeah, there's all sorts of other options out there for very specialized uses, such as in genetics or certain types of data aggregation, that type of thing. But I would say SQL is a great language to pick up if you just want to get into the field and get your foot in the door. You can always specialize in other types later. Mojo says, "Oh, I'm excited to learn something here. I work on a team of two, and we have a 100 gigabyte database that's been collecting data for 2 years, going untouched. My goodness." I was trying to load it into Power BI for an hour before giving up. There are at least 20 million rows. Wow, that is spicy. Wowzer. Well, at the very least, you're going to learn some skills today that might help you query that data and see what's in there. And see if maybe you don't need to migrate all of that over to Power BI, right? Maybe you've got a bunch of junk in there that you don't need anymore. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Mojo. Les says, "Hey, Mindwolf, thanks for these sessions. What are your thoughts about ORMs versus straight SQL?" I always prefer straight SQL. ORMs are kind of overlays that help you, interface with a SQL database via like another language or something like that. I prefer to talk straight to the database, but that's because I really know SQL, and so it's ORMs definitely serve their purpose. They allow you to talk to a database in a language that you already know, but there's that translation layer there. And so I find it usually faster to just talk to the database using straight SQL. But hey, I'm very biased in that opinion because I've done SQL for a long time. So I would say there's nothing wrong with ORMs. I prefer just talking to the database directly. Okay. Hey, Akechi, good to see you. All right, let's go ahead and jump right in, shall we? I'm sorry I missed your pun there, Fuel. I'm sure it was great. Um, Yeah, exactly. As Phil said, my issue with ORM is that if you had an ORM to a project, you still need to learn the ORM and SQL to still because you got to understand what you're asking for. Yeah. Uh, oh, you're working with the university, Mobo. That's awesome. Or Mojo, sorry. That's awesome. Yeah, I work for a university as well. That's great. Thank you
Mojo
for the follow,
just
Mojo.
followed.
Okay, so first off, let's start with a little review. Okay, so we're going to do one of the questions that we did last week, and if while we're going over things today, if you find yourself like not understanding, getting a little overwhelmed, what I would recommend is looking at last week's stream. Because last week's stream we started from the very beginning, we started from the very basics, and now we're going to kind of build on that a little bit. But we are going to start with a little review. So let's do this question that we did last week. You're working for a local school and you're responsible for collecting tuition from students. And I apologize, that is on it's kind of behind the chat. So let me see if I can make this a little easier to read. Okay, so you're working for a local school and you're responsible for collecting tuition from students. You have a list of all students. Some of them have already paid tuition and some haven't. Write a select statement to get a list of all students who haven't paid their tuition yet. The list should include all the data available about those students. Okay, so last week we talked about how understanding some of these questions can be a little bit easier if you write it out in plain English first, because SQL was built as a language to be similar to plain English back in the 1970s. And so what we said here was what they're really asking for is give me a list of all student information from the table students where the tuition received value is false. So let's query this table first. We're going to do a select star from the table students. And essentially what this is saying is give me everything from table students. Now, this star here, you'll hear me call it star. That's generally what we call it in SQL. But what does this really mean? What does this this star or this asterisk really mean? What is it doing? In another language, what might we call that star? Yeah, it means everything. Yeah, it essentially does. What is its official name? Yeah, it's a wild card. Exactly right. So it's a wild card, which means get everything, get all rows, all columns. So we're going to run that. And when we do that, we get everything that's available to us in the table. Movie says, watching one of Leon's videos on APIs, he said we should watch your VOD. Not sure if it's on Twitch. Was wondering if you uploaded it to YouTube. Yes, I have a YouTube channel. Do exclamation point YouTube in chat for my YouTube archive. I have tons of videos there from APIs, on APIs, and you can search my YouTube channel for a lot of those older videos. Universal, yes, it is a universal soldier or selector. Yes, you're right. Yep, universal selector. So here, when we do this, we get everything back from the table. And like we talked about before, you can clearly see that we have a series of columns and then a series of rows. And each one of these rows, you know, has information for each of these columns. So give me a list of all student information from the table of students where the tuition received value is false. So essentially what I want to do here is I want to filter this tuition received column to only show records where the tuition received value is false. So how do I do that? What do I need to add to my query in order to filter this particular column to a specific subset of the data? Oh, thank you, Akechi. How do I add in general, how do I add a filter to a SQL query? Yeah, exactly. We need what's called a where clause. So just like our sentence, just like our English language sentence said, right? Give me a list where the tuition received value is false. We can say the exact same thing inside of our query, where, and then say the filter criteria. Oh, Max, thank you so much for the
I
follow.
see Max just followed.
Yeah, so we're going to use a where clause and we're going to say, all right, which column do we want to filter? We want to filter tuition received, right? And where value is false equals false. So select star from students where tuition received equals false. Let's run this and see what we get. Hey, there we go. It filtered the column for us. Now, what would happen if I also wanted to? Now, the question doesn't explicitly ask for this, but I'm adding a little something here. So, what if I wanted to see the same information, but I also wanted to see? I wanted to put these students in order in order of the semester that they're currently in school, because for me anyway, I want to, catch the students who are still in their first semester. I want to talk to them first because they haven't been paying the tuition, and I want to nip it in the bud before it gets any worse. Um, so, and I will, yes, Corky, that's a great question. I'll answer that in just a second. Um, and so how would I change the order of the records that I'm seeing? Well, I want to keep the same records on the screen. I don't want to change the amount of records I'm getting back. These are the correct records, but I want to change their order so that I see these two students first, followed by this one, followed by this one.
But just followed.
AC, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, we're going to need to add an additional clause here. So just like we added a where clause, we're using the where keyword. We can also, if we want to change the order of something, we can use the order by keyword. So what you'll find is that you don't have to think too hard generally about a lot of these basic keywords. Like I said, SQL is very similar to English. So we can just say order by, what do I want to order by? I want to order by semester. So we'll run that. And voila, we get our records back, but in a different order. And so now they're ordered in order of ordered in order of the semester, right? And what if I wanted to change my approach? What if I wanted to? Oh, thank you for the follow, bud.
Students and who just followed.
What if I wanted to see this person here first? This person in semester 4. They clearly haven't paid their tuition in a while, so they got something going on. I really want to talk to them. Um, how would I reverse the order of the records that I'm getting back? So essentially, what we're doing here is we're ordering in ascending order, right? We're going one, one, three, four. How would I change this and reverse the order? Yeah. Instead of going in ascending order, we just tell SQL that we want, hey, I would prefer these to be in descending order. And that's very easy to do. We just say DSC, and that will reverse the order for us. There we go. 4, 3, 1, 1, right? And Corky asked a really great question earlier. They said, "Why did you put where in a second line?" This is really just a readability thing. What you can do this on a one line. You can be a Code Wars pro, and and do everything in one line solutions, because SQL doesn't care about white space. SQL does not care, how you format stuff. It doesn't care about indentations or carriage returns or anything like that. What SQL cares about is that you can. I like to think about it as you can think in complete sentences. So like just like in English, we try to speak in complete sentences, and so for a SQL query, having a select, having specifying a table, specifying your clauses, that is considered like a complete sentence. So as long as you have a complete sentence, then you can put things on new lines. You can order it in a way that makes sense. And so, sort of the common practice is to generally create a new line for a new clause. When you're specifying a new clause in your statement, you generally put it on a new line. That's not always true. It varies by how people like to write things, but that's what you'll generally see me doing. 42 says, please, what is the website you got those exercises from? They are from Code Wars, which is a very common coding practice website. You can practice a variety of challenge questions in a variety of languages and in a variety of difficulties. So we're going to be doing some easier difficulty SQL questions today, but you can challenge yourself as much or as little as you want. So it's from this website here called codewars.com. I highly recommend it for challenges, to challenge yourself in whatever language you want. So that's the website right there. So that's where we've pulled these questions from. Now, the data that's in these tables is created by me. I built the tables myself, so unfortunately, I can't. Those tables aren't on the website, but you can feel free to build your own tables to practice with. And Invisible says, I would put the from on the second line. Yeah. And so that's another convention that you'll often see, is something like this. So I commonly do this more often if I'm selecting individual columns. So for example, if I was just selecting, let's say I don't really want to see their age. Like I don't, you know, that's personal info to the student. I don't really care or want to see that. It's not relevant to what I'm trying to do, which is get tuition from these people. So let's say I really only want to see name, semester, and whether or not they have paid their tuition. That's all I care about. I don't care about their mentor or whatever. I'm just going to say, all right, select name, semester, semester, and tuition received from students, this. Now, if I run this, I've only specified certain columns that I want back. So in the select statement, when you list things out like this, you're specifying which columns do I want in my result set. So now I only get those three back. When I am specifying specific column names, I generally will then move, the from to a new line and have each clause on its own line. If I'm just doing a select star, I generally just do, select star from students and then have each of my clauses on a new line. But again, as Invisible Programmer pointed out, that is a personal preference and not everybody does it that way. It's more about whatever makes it most readable for you. As Mattel says, I assume carriage returns and line feeds have no significance in SQL. That's correct. Yeah, SQL doesn't care. SQL cares about a lot of things, but not carriage returns or line feeds. Hey, 42, good to see you. All right, just making sure. I'm scrolling back up through chat here to make sure I didn't miss anything. Corky says, I wasn't even aware Code Wars had SQL challenges. That changes everything. Yeah, the cool part is that a lot of the same challenges that you have done in JavaScript, you can also do in SQL. They just give them to you in table form, and then you have to do the same calculations, but you gotta return them in a table. And so it's kind of fun to rethink these challenge questions that you may have already done in JavaScript, and then do them in SQL. And we're actually going to do that for one of them here. The very next question we're going to do, will you make it, is actually an 8Q JavaScript question that I'm sure many of you have done, but we're going to do it in SQL. Fuel says, now for the hard question. How should we name the table aliases? Yeah. We'll get to that a little bit later on. We'll talk about table aliases and ways to make them memorable to you later on. Corky says, are you telling me there isn't one correct way to code? Gasp. S-Wine says, can we change false to true to save thousands of dollars to those students? All right, yeah, let's do it. I like that. Real quick, let's we're gonna mix things up a little bit, and I'm gonna show you how to, yeah, we're gonna save some students some money, right? These folks haven't received their tuition, but what if they actually did? Or let's say I talked to them and I learned that, oh, these folks were improperly flagged as being false, because they had scholarships, and but the system improperly tagged them. I talked to them, and they actually should be marked as paid because their scholarships are footing the bill for them. So, all right, let's do it. Now, uh, thinking in terms of keywords, right? For select, a select statement is essentially like, if we're thinking in terms of the CRUD acronym, what would you, between the four things in CRUD, create, read, update, delete, what is select? Out of those four choices, create, read, update, delete, what is select in that acronym? You're fine, Copper Lily. Yeah, select is read. We are reading data, right? Yeah, we're reading data. Now, if I have an existing record and I want to make a change to it, what part of CRUD is that? I'm not creating a new record. I'm taking these existing records here and I want to update them. Mm-hmm. Exactly. As Copper Lily, Kiro, and Chaotic Rage said, it's update. Now, in a fortuitous, it's a patch. In a fortuitous stroke of luck, the keyword for update in SQL is update. Isn't that nice? So, um, so for the structure of update statements in SQL, it's fairly straightforward. We just want to say, let's see, what is this table called? Students. So we just say, hey, what table do I want to update? Which I'm gonna. So I'm going to say update students. And what value do I want to change? Well, I want to change tuition received. So update students, set tuition received equals true. And technically, I could just run this statement and it would look at the entire table and it would set all values in the column to true because I haven't set any filters. I haven't set any conditions, right? So update students set tuition received equals true. It would go through the entire table and it would set all values in the tuition received column to true. Now, in this case, that's technically what we want, right? We the only two choices are true and false, and we just want to get rid of all the false values. So I could run this and that would be fine. But can you see how that could potentially cause problems? Oh, Oxmoor, thank you for the follow.
Zeros more just followed.
Yeah, can you see how that could potentially cause problems if, say, we were, I don't know, maybe taking if we had like dollar values in here instead, right? And we wanted to zero out, only the dollar values for only these students, but you wanted to preserve everybody else's, dollar values. Then yeah, if there's a lot of students, right? Or if you have data that you want to preserve and you don't want to update all the values in that column. Let's say I only wanted to update David here. I only wanted to update David to a value of true. I don't want to touch these others. I want to leave them alone. And so in that case, as Kiro asked, so can we filter with where here as well? Yes, you can, and you should. In general, when you're running an update statement, you should always have a filter, because you just don't want to just go out there and nuke an entire column in a table and overwrite all those values. It is very, very rare that you will ever run an update statement uh, without a where clause. So let's put a where clause on here for safety purposes. And I'm going to say where. What do you think I should say? What do you guys think? So if I want to update all four of these records. So what do you think my where clause should be? Invisible says, at my very first project, I forgot a where on an update statement. So you see, it happens. Now, most code editors will warn you. I think we'll probably get a warning when we run this, but from Supabase. Yeah, it's so chaotic. If we just wanted to update David, we would absolutely say where name equals David. And if we wanted to update all of the folks here with values of false, we could say tuition received equals false. So we're going to do that. We're going to be nice, and we're going to say where tuition received equals false. Update student said tuition received equals true, where tuition received equals false. So let's run this. And it says no rows returned because we aren't reading anything, right? We are performing a write or a yeah, I guess a write or an update operation against the database. So no rows were returned because we are changing the database data. Oh, thank you, Colaris. Good to see you. And as Kiro said, yeah, another reason you want to have where clauses on your update statements, even if you know it would be fine without it, is that if you have something like 20 million rows in a table, doing an update on all of those rows when it's not necessary is going to take a lot of time and resources from the database. And in real enterprise data, you're often going to have tables with, 50 columns and several million rows in them. That's very common at the enterprise level. So you really want to be careful about how you structure your queries for maximum effectiveness and minimum resource usage. All right, now let's do a select and we'll see what's in the table now. So I'm going to run the same query. I'm going to say, all right, let's see if anybody is still has not paid their tuition, right? They're still marked as false. So let's run this again. No rows returned. All right, now let's change the condition. And we're going to see when we run this, we should get everyone. And we do, right? Because we updated the data in the table. Corky asks, is Supabase just a coding environment for the browser? Could I do all this in VS Code? So what's important here, Corky, is that you need the underlying data structures, so the tables, in order to actually write these queries, right? In order to actually run these queries. You can write queries anywhere. You can write queries in VS Code. You can write queries in friggin' Notepad. I mean, doesn't matter where. But in order to actually run them, you need data to run them against. And so Supabase is kind of like MongoDB, and it allows you to create a database and put data in it. This is just for relational databases, where MongoDB is for document-based or NoSQL databases, right? And so if I scroll up here a little bit, you can see here I have a bunch of generate queries here. This is where I generated the data and inserted it, or sorry, I generated the tables for each of the questions that we're doing today, and I inserted the data into the tables so we can run queries against them. So, for example, the example we just did, which is students, it's right here. Oh, I must have cleared that query. Should be able to look at it. Let's look at another one. I didn't mean to clear that one. But anyway, here you can see where I created the table and I inserted data into it. We'll talk a little bit more about insert statements later. But yes, just so you know, this data, did have to get built first before we can query against it. Jungle Grandma says they want to name a foster kitten. They want to name it Code Weenie. That's a great name. Oh, pretentious. I don't know what makes a kitten pretentious. Now, thank you for the follow, Mosh.
Want underscore just followed.
Oh, before I forget, I also wanted to say thank you to Walvin. They subscribed with Prime 2 days ago while I was off stream, obviously. So they don't get to just sneak under the radar. Thank you, Walvin, for the Prime sub. Invisible Programmer, they talked. So Invisible Programmer, as they mentioned before, they ran an update statement on a database with no where clause, and some of the fallout from that was they said about 6,000 users got a fake password, and we had no backup. Yeah,
Gardo 5
thank you for the follow,
has
Garto.
just followed.
And so the consequences, whenever you are performing any kind of a write action against the database, whether it's an insert or an update, um, you have to be darn sure that you have structured things correctly. Um, and so a great way that you can make sure that you are doing that you're going to have the effect that you expect before you actually run something like an update statement is you can turn it into a select statement beforehand with your where clause. So I would say something like select star from students where tuition received equals false. I would run that first with this where clause just to see how many rows I get back. What does that look like? And then I would set my update statement and run that. So that's what you'll generally see folks do in a professional setting. Hopefully, usually they should. Ah, no worries, Corky. Everybody starts somewhere, right? Yes, and as Mattel said, for sanity, I would do another read and diff the results, but that's just me. Yes, I always, after I do an update statement, I always run my initial select statement again, see what the effect was. If you've done things in a transaction, which is a little bit too advanced for today, but before you commit, you should always run another select and make sure that the results are the way you expect, and then you could commit that transaction. Um, Getting on the Chef Boyardee. Mosh says, with Supabase, can you update specific values inside of a table without affecting others, basically keeping them the same? Yes, and so let's do an example of that real quick. So right now, all of the values in this table are set to true. Right, every record is set to true. Um, so let's write another update statement. And we're going to say update student set tuition received equals false. And I only want to do it for one specific record. So I think I hope that's what you're asking, Mashko. Yeah, say update Franks to true. Okay, yes. So in that case, all I would need to say is where, instead of tuition received, if I want to just target Frank, what column should I filter? If I just want to target Frank here, poor Frank, I feel sorry for Frank, but if I just want to target Frank here, what column should I filter on? Yeah, I would filter on name, right? And I could just say where name equals Frank. Frankly says, I'm okay, no worries. Good to hear. Appreciate the status report there, Frank. All right, we're going to just flip Frank's record here. Oh, y'all are great. All right, so once again, we get a success. Now, let's run our select statement here, and we'll just say where tuition received equals false. I should only see one record, correct? Right? We only updated Frank, so let's roll. There we go. I only get one record back, and it's Frank's. And so, really, you can update as few or as many records as you want or need to by applying the appropriate filters. Sometimes you might apply more than one filter. Sometimes you might say it might be something like where, let's say that you have students that aren't enrolled anymore, so obviously they haven't paid their tuition, right? So you want to filter those out. So you would say something like where enrolled flag equals yes and tuition received equals false, right? You would want to, only talk to students that are currently enrolled. You wouldn't want to bug people who've already graduated. So things like that. It's all about how you structure your filters to drill down to only the records that you want and need in your queries, in your update statements. Really, whenever you are reading data or affecting data in the database in any way. Hassler, hey, good to see ya. Oh, thank you, Hassler. I appreciate it. I would love to be a you know, I think it'd be fun to be a college professor someday. I think that would be really fun. Maybe you know, a remote professor. I don't know that I would love to stand up in front of a classroom a few times a week, but certainly teaching remotely is fun. Invisible says that Supabase code editor is strange. Um, is that color is the update word if it is lowercase? Let's put it lowercase. Let's see if it changes the color. Yeah, I mean this this editor isn't the most robust editor in the world, but it was quick and easy to set up, so that's a plus in my book. S1 says, "Ooh, can I guess that we can't have a copy of the database in local environment because of privacy and weight of the data set to practice?" No, it's not that you can't, build your own database locally. You could do that with something, that you install locally, like Postgres or whatever. But it's more about that it's just faster to, for me anyway, it was just faster to set this up in the cloud and use a tool that is pretty easy. Like I find Supabase really easy to work with. That's not to say that it's the best tool out there, but I find it really easy to work with. Frank got on tuition. Yeah, poor Frank. Oh. Mashko says, "How about query searching? Let's say based on name with regex." Yeah, so you can do. There's various types of things you can do as far as partial string matches, and thank you for the follow, Jiris. Yeah, you can do stuff with regex and partial string matches, and we're going to do that actually. I think. Well, we can do that question next. There's another question I have where we're going to do a little bit with string searching and multiple filters on a query. It only likes selects. Yeah. S1 says, I was talking in a work environment. Oh, okay. I understand. Yeah. So in general, yes, when you're working with enterprise data, you're not going to have local copies. A lot of the time it's, going to be sensitive data or things that just need to exist in a secure environment on a secure server. So, for example, at my work, we use an Oracle database. And we have to, anytime we want to access the data in any of our database environments, we have to log in with specific, username and password. We have to log in first before we can even run any queries on that data. And some of the data is not even available, depending on the database, it's not even available for us to like do things like update statements. We're locked down on certain data to where we can only read it. We can't write any of that data or make changes to any of that data, and that's important, right? You want to have appropriate data protections, and a lot of those are done centrally. So yeah. Invisible says, I have a Docker compose files for some relational database engines in case I want to play with them. Yeah, you can do that as well. Cypher says, just make sure you drop the title after you use it so no personal data leaks. Yeah. And so you never want to, having local copies of like work data on your computer, on your personal computer or on your work computer just never seems to end well. And I would not recommend it. A lot of the times, most reputable companies will have a dev environment or a sandbox environment where you can run potentially destructive queries or do things that you're not sure are going to work, and still be doing it on the appropriate server. And so they'll have a dev environment where you can, just break stuff and run away and, reload the data and fall back. And it's no big deal because no customers are ever going to see it. That's what it's for. It's a sandbox. You can, toss sand around and make mistakes. And then once you've ensure that your stuff works, that's when you migrate those changes up to a production environment to actually be implemented against real data. So that's how most companies get around that. What if I do something wrong, or what if my query doesn't work? And as Mattel said, when I worked at a blood center, we had testing, QA, and production databases. The testing database was overwritten every night with production. QA would not get written to production unless a ticket was issued to have that done. Yes, that's very common. That's kind of how my work works. is that yes, we have a dev environment where we can just blow stuff up and it doesn't matter, and that gets overwritten regularly with real data gets pushed down. And then we have a QA environment where testing is done. So we migrate changes from dev up to QA. And then once we get sign off from our customers that this is actually what they want and things look good, then we move those changes up to production. S-Wine says, okay, is choosing what rules to apply to the database part of your job? No. So I'm a developer. There's folks that are called database administrators that do a lot of those roles and access controls type thing. And I'm glad I don't have to have that as part of my job. Sometimes we talk to the customers about whether they would like data to be restricted. We say, hey, this field looks like it could be sensitive. Do you want this to be restricted? And then they say yes. And we say, okay, database administrators, do that. Go do the thing. And as Invisible says, yes, having local copies of production data is illegal in most cases. That doesn't stop people from doing it, but it's not a good decision and you shouldn't do it. All right, so let's keep going. Any questions on what we've done here before we go on to the next question? Kalara says, I'm a DBA admin. That's awesome. All right, so feel free to ask questions at any point. If you're new to the stream, I'm always open to questions. As we've had some great conversations so far. Invisible says, "Is there syntax coding for delete statement?" I can I can type the delete keyword here and see. Nope, doesn't look like it. It seems to be kind of random. A lot of as you see the highlighting here, a lot of code editors and especially SQL code editors will have certain colors for certain keywords and that type of thing. It seems to vary from editor to editor. You never know what you're going to get, so it's best if you understand the keywords regardless of color. Even if you write it in Notepad, if you understand what it's going to do, even with no syntax helpers or anything like that, then you can go into any editor and start coding. All right, next one. Um, let's do this one. This one looks long and scary, but it's really not that bad. It's kind of a fun one too. Let me parse this a little bit so it's easier to read. One second. Okay, here we go. So, your friends told you that if you keep coding on your computer, you are going to hurt your eyes. They suggested that you go with them to trivia night at the local club. And, hey, who among us hasn't been told by our friends that we need to get off the computer and go do something fun? Um, Once you arrive at the club, you realize the true motive behind your friend's invitation. They know that you are a computer nerd and they want you to query the countries table and get the answers to the trivia questions. They're cheating, but like a good nerd, we comply and we succumb to peer pressure, and we realize that our friends' opinion of us means more than what is morally right, and so we're going to write this query. So they give us the countries table, which consists of country, capital, and continent. And the first question is, from the African countries that start with the character E, get the names of their capitals ordered alphabetically. You should only give the names of the capitals. Any additional information is just noise. If you get more than three, so what they're saying there is if you return more than three records, you will be kicked out for being too smart. Also, this database is crowdsourced. So sometimes Africa is written with a C, and other times it's written with a K. All right, so we got a lot going on here. So let's break it down step by step. Kalara says, thanks, I'm new. Oh, because being a database administrator? Oh, yeah, that's a tough job. I admire the folks that do that. That's hard. Mosh says, I'm glad I had two SQL semesters back in college. I can understand the basics easily, even if I don't use SQL at all. Yeah. Once you know the basics, they tend to stick with you because it is a very logical way of thinking about data. And so, you know a little bit and it sticks with you and you can use it throughout your whole life. S1 says paying tuition is okay. Cheating at trivia is wrong. Hey, education should be free, my friends. You should not have. I work for a university, a paid university, and even I believe that education should be free, and you should not have to pay to better your to make yourself better intellectually. It should be free because your time is valuable as well, and you would devote a lot of time whenever you learn something new. So you should not have to pay money on top of that. All right. Anyway, so off my soapbox. Let's look at the countries table and see what's in there. All right. So in the countries table, as stated, we've got a list of countries. Some of them start with E, correct? Some of them do not. We've got capitals here, and we've got continents. Now, it's clear from the question that we want to focus on a couple of things. African countries that start with the character E. So that's two things, right? African countries, so we only want to get records that contain a reference to Africa or Africa with a K, and then only the ones from that group that start with E. Okay, so two potential filters there, and also two potential things to consider in the continent column, and a limit of 3 values. All right, so what's the first thing I'm going to want to add to this statement? What are we obviously going to, even if we don't know what's in it, what are we going to need to add to this SQL statement? Invisible says being a DBA is an easy job. You just have to endlessly fight with back end engineers, yeah, me, to make sure they don't destroy production. And then they regularly report to you to the project managers as someone who slows their development process down. I will say I don't do that. I respect other DBAs. Yeah, so we have our select statement. That's a great place to start.
Someone just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Carlita. So we have our select statement. What do we need next? Yes, Les. Yeah, we need a where clause, right? Because we're obviously going to be filtering some things. We don't know exactly what yet or how to do it, but we are going to be filtering some things. So we're going to have a where clause here. So let's focus on the continent first, because continents are larger than countries. So first we'll figure out this continent thing, and then after that we can filter by country. All right, so I'm filtering on continent. So I'm going to say where continent, and how could I potentially how could I potentially look for rows where the continent is Africa?
USX5 just followed.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Yeah, we could do that. Let's do that. So where continent equals Africa, where continent equals Africa, or continent equals with a K. So let's try that. Let's run it and see what we get. We don't have to build the whole thing, first try. What I like to do when I'm building queries is I like to iterate. I like to build one part of it, see, okay, is this getting me the results I want? And then I add another piece. So let's run this. Yeah, okay, that worked great, right? We got only the rows with the continent of Africa. Now, one thing about writing code in general is that you want to keep your code dry, right? So, what does dry mean? When somebody says I want dry code, what does that mean? Yeah, don't repeat yourself. Exactly. And I'm seeing a little bit of repetition here, right? So let's see if we can. This is perfectly valid and this works, right? There's nothing wrong with this answer, at least for this part of the query, right? But let's see if we can streamline this just a titch. And there's write everything twice. Or you can have wet code where you write everything twice. Yeah, absolutely. So there's a couple different ways that we could streamline this. But a way, instead of using multiple equals statements, another way in SQL that you can essentially compare against multiple options without using or multiple equal statements is by saying where continent in, and then you can specify a list. So now here I can say where continent in Africa, comma, Africa. So I can do this, where continent in this value or this value. And I could have a long list here. I could have as many values as you want. And so as you get into more complex queries, knowing how to make them a little bit more compact can help you out. See, we get the same result, right? So that's just a little way to streamline. Now, like I said, there was nothing wrong with the first way that we did it, but as your queries get more complex, you're going to want to know about ways to, look at a whole list of values at once, right? Just like we're doing here, continent in Africa or Africa. And another way that we could possibly do it, as Les mentioned, was maybe we do something with wildcards, right? And so I'm going to leave this as is, but we're going to see how we can potentially do something with wildcards in a moment. So this is the first part of our query. Now, the second part of our query is that we have our country list. We have our continent list. My apologies. Now we need to look at countries, and we only want the ones that start with E. So I have my where clause here. And I'm actually going to move this back up on this line here. Okay, so I have my where clause, but I need another filter, right? If I also want to filter for countries that start with E, how do I add another filter to my where clause? Can I do that? Can I have multiple? Would I write where again? Would I use a different keyword? What should I use here? Ah, that's a very good guess. Mashka says, can you use and? If I was speaking in English and I said something like, hey, I'd like to only see some values that are on the continent of Africa and that have country names that start with E. That's how I would say it if I was speaking to you in English, right? And so, as we said before, SQL is very similar to English in a lot of ways. So we can use the and keyword to specify additional filters, right? Yeah, as other folks have said, Lionfly, welcome to the stream. We can say and uh, country, country. Now, I want to get all records that start with E. Technically, I could do the same thing here, and I could say where country in, and then I could list all of these countries that start with E, right? But I'm not always going to know what all of these values are beforehand. Now, we were told explicitly in this, up here in the question that sometimes Africa is written Africa and other times it's written with a K. And so we could specify those values explicitly in our query. However, I don't necessarily know the list of countries in Africa that start with E. I am not very good at geography. So, I'm an American. We don't know geography. So I'm going to have to fudge it a little bit and just ask my query to return only records that have a first letter of E. So in order to do that, I'm going to need to use another keyword. Does anybody know what that keyword might be? Instead of equals or in, because I don't know the values beforehand, what keyword could I potentially use? Yeah, there's a keyword called like. And what that allows us to do is it allows us to sort of get a fuzzy match against a string. And by fuzzy match, I mean a match that's close, but maybe not exact. So in this case, we're going to specify and country like. I can say E. Now, country like E, if I try to run this, it's only going to look for records with a essentially a field containing the letter E. However, I want to essentially say, hey, starts with E and then probably has some other stuff after it. We don't care what that stuff is. So, like we were talking about before, what's a way that I can essentially say, all right, get me stuff that starts with E and then everything else after that? No worries, Calaris. Good luck on your certificate. We said that we identified a term before. Yes, a wild card, right? We talked before about wild cards. Exactly. So wild cards essentially say, hey, fetch me everything. I don't care what it is. And so what we're going to say here is essentially fetch me everything that starts with E and then has some stuff after it. Whoops, sorry. Now, wildcards in strings are a little bit different. Instead of using the asterisk, we use the percent sign. Just one of those things. Thought it was star, but Postgres needs yes. So in general, yes, this is the syntax. These are both what we would consider wildcards, just in different use cases. So inside of a string, we use the percent sign, and we say select star from countries where continent in these specific values, and country like starts with E and has some stuff after it. When I run that, I get back the list of countries. And you can see it's only returned the ones to me that start with E and that are on the continent of Africa. Yes, exactly. Percent sign is the SQL standard for a wildcard. Yep, inside of a string. Yep, you're exactly correct, Les. So, I hope this makes sense what we did here. Now, if I wanted to say something like, get me countries that end with A, um, what do you think I might do instead? Instead of E wildcard, if I want to get countries that end with A and maybe have some other stuff before them, what would I do? Exactly, Ajaris. Yes, we would just reverse that. We would say wildcard A. And when I run that, you can see I essentially get the same list, but or well, no, I get a few. I get one different one here. So Ethiopia and Eritrea, as well as South Africa. Those are the records that end with A and have some other stuff in front of them. And you can do the same thing. Let's say I want to find records that just contain the letter A. Most of them will probably come back here. In that case, I would put wildcards on either side. Um, Actually, let's do this. Let's do something like th, contains th. So you can put any snippet of a string. It doesn't matter how long it is. If I surround it by wildcards on either side, the query is going to look for any records that contain that string anywhere inside of the result. So run that. We can see that both of these contain th somewhere inside of them. Linefly asks, is it case sensitive? Let's test that out. So I've capitalized the T. You can see it is. It is case sensitive. It says success here because the query was valid and it ran. It just didn't return any records, right? So I'm glad you asked that question because yes, when we're searching inside of a string like this, it is case sensitive. Invisible says that is now one of the most expensive operators. Yeah, so it's doing these types of searches is can be resource intensive. So once again, I think it was you could probably tell that it took longer to run. As I started adding more wildcard operators, it took longer to run this query. It was noticeable, even on a small table. So yeah, you try to be as exact as possible with your filters. If you have to do wildcard searches, sometimes that's necessary. Just be mindful of resources. So you could always do something like this, country like this, or country like. Let's do this. So I'm. Oh, thank you, Gabby. Yeah, and you can also that may be like as D Rock said that may be something at a configuration level. Oh, Giga, thank you so much for the follow. Let's do E. So in this case, I have an uppercase and a lowercase, and I can say where continent in this and country like this or country like this. And so this is allowing me to search in two different things, one of them uppercase, one of them not. So it's giving me things that start with E and also things that contain a TH. And in the case of Ethiopia, that contains both. So you could always, if you're not sure whether it's going to be uppercase or lowercase, you could always do something like just having two clauses for that. But it also could be a setting at the server level where whether or not your searches are case sensitive. Yeah. You could also use regex. I'm not great at regex. I will be the first one to admit that. Whenever I have to do anything with regex, I Google it because I don't have space in my brain for all that stuff. Um, so yeah, I mean, regex is definitely a thing that you can do, but I don't know any of that off the top of my head. So somebody's gonna be like, "Wait, but regex is so easy," but yeah, and you can also use like upper or lowercase keywords to essentially force the records to be upper or lowercase, and then query against those. So if you have mixed case in your table, if you have mixed case letters in your table, you can always force them into upper or lowercase, and then query against that. Yeah. Engineer says that makes me feel better. I struggle with regex. Yeah, like nobody on my team that I work with at work is like good with regex. Some folks have like the basics of it, but really we don't use it enough, like in our daily lives, that it's faster to just Google it rather than trying to memorize all this stuff. Okay, excuse me. I gotta ban a bot here. One sec. It happens. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Goodbye. All right. It happens on occasion. It's okay. But let's actually answer this question. We're going to answer this question. We're going to submit it to Code Wars. All right. Our new friend ChatGPT is also good. Yeah, exactly. Like, why memorize that stuff? Like, when you don't use it very often, you can just ask ChatGPT. All right. So let's answer the question. So you should only give the names of the capitals. All right. And so we're continent in Africa and country like E. All right, so let's make sure that that's going to give us what we want. Yes, correct. Now, they only wanted, you should only give the names of the capitals. So instead of doing a select star here, what I actually want to do is select capital. And now when I run that, I should only get a list of capitals back. All right, perfect, great. Yeet. Sometimes you just got to yeet a bot. All right, now let's put it into Code Wars and see if we get those sweet, sweet points. Trivia night. So all I'm doing here is I'm just searching for the specific question. We'll train on this one. If you're not familiar with Code Wars, essentially what it gives you is a little sandbox environment that you can test stuff in before you submit it to see if you got the right answer. Like I said before, the drawback of this is that you don't, if you run queries directly in this environment, you can't see like table results, and I'll show you what I mean in a second. So let's grab our query. Is PHP vegan? That's a great name. I love that. All right, let's pop it in. We'll test it. There's a test button down in the corner. You can't see it. It's behind my head. I'm clicking it. Okay. Compared using equals equals. All right, let's see what we did wrong. Maybe I misread the question. Oh, thank you for the follow palette box. Oh, did they want it in alphabetical? Oh, oopsie. I didn't read the question. Oh, Corky, thank you so much. I appreciate that. SQL, that's the thing. SQL is pretty straightforward and simple. All right, so we got to order it. Should only give the names of the capitals. If you get more than three, so what does it say? Get the names of the capitals ordered alphabetically. Okay, so how would I do that? What do I need to add here? If I want to order these alphabetically, by that would mean from A to Z, right? What would I add to the end of my query? Because we were already selecting what we want. Now we just need to order. Mm, exactly. Order by capital. Yes, exactly. We're going to order by capital. And by default, it's going to put the capitals in ascending order. But if we want to be very like explicit about what we're doing, you could also say order by capital ascending. So either this or just this will work. But we're going to say capital ascending just to be very explicit about it. And there we go. And as soon as I do that, it puts them in alphabetical order. And when you use this order by clause, it works for both numeric and string values. So if we say order by, I don't know, dollar amount ascending, it's going to put it, in dollar amount order. So, or sorry, in numeric order. So it works for both strings and, and numeric values. Now let's try this again. Thank you for reading better than I could. Mm. Okay, it still doesn't like something. What doesn't it like? So it's working here in our environment, but it's possible that they could be using a different environment in Code Wars that doesn't like this use of like here. Oh, it wants only three. Gosh dang. Man, if I could read, I could answer these questions. At least you guys can read. All right. So we need a limit. If you get more than three, you'll be kicked out. We don't want to be kicked out of the trivia competition. So, set capital, order by capital. Okay. So we need to add one more thing to this that we haven't talked about yet. Um, it's a symbiotic relationship. Yeah, you guys read stuff, and then I tell you, what you should be doing about it. Yeah, you guys read stuff for me, and make sure I'm actually seeing things. So if we want to limit the number of records that we're getting back, you're a brilliant coder, but also you're illiterate. Pretty much. So if we want to limit the number of records that we're getting back, what keyword do you think we might use? Don't think about it too hard. Just first thing that pops into your head. If we want to limit the number of records we're getting back, what keyword should we use? Don't think about it. Yes, we're going to limit. Actually, I'm going to change this to limit 2 just for testing purposes because I only have 3 records in here that match the criteria. So then we'll change it in a sec. There we go. So first thing you do is you filter, then you order, then you limit. And these do have to go in this specific order. Like I couldn't say limit first. I couldn't put limit up here because I haven't applied my filters yet, right? So in order for the logic to make sense, first we have to filter, then we have to order them alphabetically, then we have to return the specific count that we want. So you might be like, how do I remember what order to put these keywords in? But if you think about the logic, it makes sense what we're doing and based on what the question is asking. So I'm going to change this to limit 3, and then we'll try one more time. Hopefully I didn't miss anything else in the question. Exactly. As Corky said, you can't put the peanut butter on the sandwich before you open the jar of peanut butter. There's a logical order to the way we're using these keywords. Oh, finally, with you guys' help and ability to read, we were able to answer the question. All right. Hey, Manic. Manic suggested max. So max is a keyword that is it's absolutely a keyword. It wouldn't be the right choice in this case though, because what max does is it looks for the maximum value and returns that value. But what we want is In this case, we're number one, we're dealing with strings, so that wouldn't work. But in this case, we want to return multiple records just ordered in a certain way. But yes, max is a valid keyword that you can use for certain things. Are you asking about, is the time really that slow in real life? Are you asking about the this execution time here? I mean, it depends on the environment and that sort of thing. I think this is the time execution time is more for like more complex, higher level questions where you're doing a lot and you are in danger of hitting a timeout. And so you may this time may matter to you. For these types of questions, it doesn't matter. We're gonna go ahead and attempt this.
Dennis 8787 just followed.
Yay, we did it! Thank you for the follow, Dennis. 7 milliseconds is not that slow. I don't think so. I don't really have a mental image of the average runtime for a query, but I do think is if you're running a bunch of complex queries, then yeah, time starts to become a factor. Les says I was going to say top, but that's only in some dialects of SQL. Yeah, you got to be careful about that.
Lionfly underscore.
Thank you for the follow, Lionfly. Exactly. So DRock says Microsoft SQL uses select top three from. So instead of limit, certain dialects of SQL use select top three or select top 10 from whatever, and then all the rest of these keywords. However, other dialects do not. And I started learning SQL really in using Microsoft SQL. And so as soon as I switched over to Oracle, I was like, what the frick? How the heck do I return, only 10 records? I don't want all these records. How do I just return like the top 10 or whatever? I couldn't figure it out. And then I had to learn that it's a completely different keyword in a completely different place. So most dialects or flavors of SQL, and there are several, they're all based on an overarching SQL standard. So there's a dictionary out there that says, hey, in order to call yourself SQL, you have to meet certain requirements. However, lots of flavors of SQLs exist that technically follow the standard, but modify things slightly. So things like the limit keyword or the top 10 keyword or whatever. It's sort of like, I like to use this analogy a lot. It's sort of like English. So if you're thinking about people who speak English, you've got people in the United States who speak English, and we have a certain accent, and we use certain vocabulary words. And then you have people in, the UK who speak English, and they have all sorts of different
Nikki just
accents over
followed.
there. Thank you for the follow, Nikki. Not saying we don't have different accents in the United States. We absolutely do. But thinking about in terms of differences between countries, you've got American English, you've got UK English, you've got Australian English, right? And all of those are mutually understandable. Like if somebody from Australia comes and says hello to me and starts speaking to me, I can generally understand them. However, they may use certain words that I have to kind of translate in my head, right? Thank you for the follow,
Nikki
Pierre.
just followed.
And so it's really similar with SQL, right? They're all based on the same standard, but there's certain translations that you're going to have to do between them. Thank you for the follow, Andrea. So many follows.
Andrea 6
Um, and
2444.
so you're going to have to do certain levels of translation. However, once you have learned one flavor of SQL or dialect of SQL, in this case, what we're writing in here today is Postgres. This is an open source version of SQL. Um, if you learn something like Postgres, you can pretty much go on to use any other flavor of SQL, whether it's Microsoft SQL or Oracle SQL or MySQL or whatever, any of those, you can generally pick up pretty quickly. You just have to compensate for those slight differences. So people ask me a lot, what flavor of SQL should I learn? Should I learn Postgres or should I learn, Microsoft SQL or whatever? I say I don't care. Start with whatever one you can learn for free, and then you'll be able to pick up whatever you'll be able to pick up any of the others very easily. Oh, thank you, Dennis. Thank you. I'm glad it's fun for you. Invisible says, I work with big data. Select one is hello, runs for about a minute on my local computer, cold start. Yeah, you can get into some really long running queries out there. It's chips versus fries. Exactly. That's a great analogy, right? Is that, some countries say chips, some countries say fries, some countries say, crisps or other things. And so, but we can all understand each other for the most part. That's bonza. Yeah. That's Australian. Yep. Ice says, enjoyed the VOD last week of SQL. Really different learning SQL through Code Wars. Yeah, I think Code Wars is a great way to learn. For me, the way I learn best is by application. So by taking a concept and immediately applying it. And I don't really like just sitting down and reading documentation. I like doing things. And so I think Code Wars, doing simple Code Wars like 8Qs and 7Qs, are a great way to pick up these concepts while you get some Code Wars points, get some accomplish some challenges, and and then and learn something along the way. All right, I'm going to go ahead and submit this answer, and we'll see how other folks maybe have answered this question. Ooh, I just got a rank up alert. I've ranked up to 7Q in SQL, guys. Go me. All right. So, yes, what we're seeing here is that most folks have done it the way we did it. That's the most common way. Some other folks, oh, this is great. I'm glad they did this. Some other folks simplified things a little bit, and they used a single letter substitution. So by doing an underscore, you're essentially telling the database that, hey, you can look for things that start with this and end with this and have one letter that could be anything. And so that's what they've done here. These folks used wildcards in both places. So they said AFRI and then wildcard, and then E and wildcard. So I think the others are going to be pretty similar. So there's more than one way to accomplish this sort of thing. Um, and sometimes the right way is whatever one runs the fastest, or uses the least resources, or follows your company's naming conventions or SQL conventions. So yeah. Oakley says, so are queries the only way to talk to the database? It seems like if it took this long for every interaction with the database, nothing could be done. No. So queries are the best way to talk to the database, the most straightforward way to talk to the database. This is kind of false. The speed at which it appears to run in Code Wars is really not true speed. So queries are the best SQL queries are the best and fastest way to talk to a relational database. So it's important to not look at like the time it takes for the GUI to update as like the real execution time. A lot of the times, if you're running queries like inside of an enterprise database, you'll be running them in some kind of a dedicated SQL client, such as Microsoft SQL Server or PL SQL Developer. And those are going to be lightning fast. You will see instantaneous results. So it just a lot of the times how fast you see the result is not exactly how long it took to execute. Because the longest part is creating the visual display to show us squishy humans. you know, the thing that takes the longest is rendering all those visual elements to show us, whereas the actual transaction is pretty much instantaneous. So a lot of the times when there's behind the scenes things that are executing, such as transactions being written or automated processes running in the background, those are functionally instantaneous. A few milliseconds. And also, yes, that's correct. In this case, Les, the that was as Les mentioned, that's the speed it takes to run all of the tests. And so there could be like 100 unit tests, and so it ran like 100 tests in however long that took, um, or 1,000. I don't know how many tests it was running. So it runs a crap ton of unit tests all in sequence. And to really make sure that your answer is not just a fudge, or to make sure you didn't cheese it, that it really works for all possible permutations of this question. Yeah, SQL is the language of SQL is a purpose-built language to talk to relational databases. It's not like JavaScript, where if you want to use JavaScript to talk to a database, you have to you know add additional stuff on top of it. Thank you for the follow, Manic.
Just followed.
SQL is purpose built to talk to databases, and that's all it does. So it's the best way to do it. All right. So I love this question. Let's go ahead and take a break. We kind of blew right past our normal top of the hour break, and I apologize for that. Let's go ahead and take a break for 5 minutes. When we come back, hey, Uh, hey, Error 404, good to see you. When we come back, we're going to do more questions. We're just going to keep trucking away at this. What time is it in my country? It is 5 p.m. In my country. Or sorry. I started at 5 p.m. It is now 6:24 p.m. Or 18:24 if you go by 24-hour clock. 18:24 in my country. No worries, Invisible. Thanks for stopping by the stream today. It was great to have you here. I appreciated your insights. Braylon says, "Have you learned minimum spanning tree algorithm?" So I will admit, with my background, I came into being a developer with no computer science degree. I do not have a computer science background or a computer science degree. I started as a data analyst and picked up skills for many years before becoming a developer. So that does mean that I don't have a lot of the data structures and algorithms knowledge that some developers do, just because I don't have that formal education in computer science. So I don't know a lot of those more formal algorithms. Doesn't it? But don't ever let that stop you from being a developer. However, we can always grow our knowledge, and I could probably stand to learn a few more algorithms. All right, 5 minutes on the clock. When we come back, we are going to. I have so many more questions and you know and concepts I want to show you. So I think when we come back, we are going to learn about another very important concept in SQL, which is joining. So think about this. We have a bunch of individual tables in a SQL database, right? Maybe we have a customers table and we have an orders table. Now, let's say I want to get some information about a customer and some information about the things that they may have ordered. But those two things are in two separate tables. So I can run a select against the customers table, and then I can also run a select against the orders table and get data from both and put them in Excel, Microsoft Excel or something, and try to like match them up by hand, which would suck. Or I can use a built-in, very important feature of SQL called a join. And so we're going to talk about joins when we come back, and I will show you how to use them. They are a very important and fundamental concept of SQL. Sorry for the noise. That was my dog yawning. Brandon says advanced algorithm is overrated. Oh, well, I don't know about that. They serve their purpose, but you don't have to know them to be a developer. Exactly. As D-Rock says, joining is where SQL shines. Very powerful indeed. I'm excited to talk to you all about it. I'm going to put 5 minutes on the clock, and I will see you back here in 5. I'm going to get some more peach tea to drink, and I will see you all back here shortly.
just followed.
Alrighty, folks. Stephen, thank you so much for the follow and welcome to the stream. We have about a minute left in the break, folks. So when you are ready, please do come on back. Get yourself something to drink, use the restroom. If you have been sitting this entire time, it's been an hour and a half since we started the stream. So if you have been sitting this entire time, please, please, please get up and stretch if you are able. At the very least, give your neck and your shoulders a little stretch. And yeah, gotta shift your position, stand up, sit down, and make sure you don't get carpal tunnel.
Clause just followed.
Thank you for the follow there, Claus. Alrighty, we are going to go ahead and stop the timer and get right back into it. I'm going to turn my webcam back on here. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. Good to have you here. Let's get back into it. So the next thing I want to talk about is the concept of joins. So, as I mentioned before the break, what we've been doing mostly this entire time is we have been doing select statements against single tables. And sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes you're like, yep, I have everything I need in this one table. There is nothing else that I need, and I just need to know how to filter this table or order this table or limit this table to get only the records that I want back from this table, right? And sometimes, a lot of times, that's sufficient. However, sometimes it's not. And this particular Code Wars question here is going to give us an example where we actually need data from two separate tables. And what we need to do is figure out how to link that data together into a singular result. So, into a single result set using data from two separate tables. So, let's take a look at the question. We'll talk more about how we might do that. Luan, thank you so much for the follow.
Just followed.
Appreciate it. All right, so for this challenge, you need to create a simple select statement that will return all columns from the products table and join to the companies table so that you can return the company name. So they give us the schemas for both tables, and I've already built these tables like I've done for everything else. So we'll take a look at them visually and see what's in each one. So we need to create a select statement that will return all columns from the products table and join to the companies table so you can return just the company name. All right, so let's look and see what's in the products table. So in the products table, we have these 5 values: ID, name, ISBN, company ID, and price. Now, the thing that's missing from here is the company name. We have the company ID, but we do not have the company name. And that they explicitly asked us to return that, right? So our company name is actually in this other table. Let's run this. In here, we have two things: ID value and name. And DP says, why price saved as string? Because it's actually a number. It's just test data. This data really doesn't matter. Yeah, it could be a number, it could be a string. Sometimes, although a lot of the times what I encounter in real live production data is things that are saved as strings that are actually numbers. And so I have to do a lot of data conversion sometimes. You can't always control what data types you get. Hey, Interplanet, good to see you. Welcome to the stream, by the way, DP, good to have you. Um, so products and companies. We have to figure out how to link these two together. And the way we're going to do that is my name is Steven says, I'm not going to lie, I'm guilty of doing that. You mean putting numbers in strings? Yeah. Sometimes you want to do that. For example, if you want to force leading zeros, having a set number of leading zeros. I see that a lot at my work. For certain values, you want to force that. So it just depends. And so, yeah, we want to join these two things together. And so, if I want to take these two tables and join them together, what's a keyword that I might use to do that? Don't think too hard. Once again, top of your head. Ooh, exactamundo. We're going to introduce a new keyword called join. And what join does is it allows us to link two tables or more, sometimes more, allows us to link two or more tables together with a common value or a common set of values. So as long as two tables have something in common between them, we can exploit that relationship. Remember, we're dealing with relational data in relational databases here. We can exploit the relationship between them and link those tables together on their common values. All right, so I'm going to write a slightly different kind of query. Essentially, what they're asking for is they want you to return all columns from the products table. So I'm just going to copy this here. I'm going to say, all right, so we're going to start with our select star from products. Now I'm going to use this join keyword to link the products table to the companies table. But the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add an alias to our products table. And we're going to see why we do that in a second. But I'm going to do it here as well. And I'll explain this in just a second. We'll talk through the entire structure of this. I'm going to say select t1.star from products as t1. And I'm going to join, specifically I'm going to left join. I'll explain this. I'm going to left join companies 2. Now, as I said before, when we join tables together, we want to join them on specific values that they may have in common so that the database can match records from one table to another. Braylon says, I have to appear for my SQL final because I messed them up big time. Oh no. Oh yeah, you said you used inner join for everything? Oh my goodness. Yeah. Join types can be hard. And we're going to talk about all the different join types and what they do. And I've built this data so that we can practice all the join types and see what effect they have on the data. So hopefully this will help you, Brainland. All right. So from products as T1, left joins companies 2 as T2. Now, let's figure out what values these tables have in common. So we're going to look at just the products table again. So products has ID, which is essentially a product ID, name, ISBN, company ID, and price. Companies 2 has ID, which is a company ID, and name. So, what is the common value between these two tables? Let me know if you want to see products again. What's the common denominator, I guess, or common value between these two tables? It doesn't have to be called, it doesn't have to have the same name. It just has to mean the same thing. Yeah, so ID is looks to be the key value here, right? Yes, ID looks to be the key value in our companies table. Now, if I run a select on products, what's the corresponding value in products? Yeah, exactly. As Les said, it's company ID, right? We're matching on company ID against that same representative value in the company's table. So what I can do there is when I execute a join, I need to specify which value or values I'm joining on. So I'm going to say on T1, which is products, on T1 dot uh, company ID equals T2, table 2, which is companies dot ID. So what this is telling the database to do is take the products table, take the company's data, or sorry, take the company's table and find the matches between those ID values, and then it's going to return all the values from those matching records. Now, there's certain stipulations to that, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But for my select statement here, I'm going to clarify this a little bit, and I'm going to say t1.id, t1 dot name, t1 dot isbn, t1 dot company id, t1 dot price, and t2 dot company name. That's what it was called, right? Or sorry, just name. My apologies. Now we have two. What you'll find a lot is that you will end up with identical column names across identical tables, or sorry, across multiple tables. So both of these have name, but they mean very different things. So what's something that I could do in order to have them have a different name in my results set? So when I get the results back from this query, how can I ensure that these have different names in my results set? Yeah, I can use the as keyword, right? I can alias them. So for this first one here, I'm going to say as um, product name. And for the second one here, I'm just going to say as company name. All right, now let's run this and let's see what we get. See if I did it right. This looks a little complicated right now, but we're going to step through it and we're going to talk through what each part is doing. All right, awesome. So what did we get back? We got back all the fields from the product table, right? We got back ID, product name, ISBN, company ID, price, and company name, and then all of the matching company names from the second table.
No underscore hair just
Oh,
followed.
thank you for the follow, Mott. Right? So this is combining two separate tables and matching the company name against the company ID and returning them as single records. Right? Oh, HD, thank you for the
Just
follow.
followed.
Now, what happened here? What happened here? I have a null value, right? Why did that happen? Why did I get a null value for the company name on row 5 here? It's a mystery. Why did I get this null value right here for company name? Yeah, as Praelium says, the company ID is null. So in the product table, if we look at just the product, we're going to go back and we're look at just the product table here. In the product table, this row here has a company ID of null. So when my query went and tried to look inside of the company's table for an ID value of null, it didn't find one. There was no match, right? So in this case of no match, it just returns a null value for company name. Okay, exactly as Mott says, there isn't a company associated with the product. Yes, and that's essentially speaking, big picture wise, that's what's happening here, right? There's this product 5 is missing data, so there's no company associated with this product. Hence, we can't look up the company name. Okay, and so the type of join that we have done here, a left join, is returning all of the rows from the product table. And if there's no match in the company table, it simply returns a null. But that may not always be what I want, right? That may not always be what I want. Sometimes, because what value does this really give me? This row number 5, what value does this really give me? I wanted company names. I wanted products and company names, both. This row isn't necessarily giving me any value. It's showing me that there's no company associated with this product. But if I'm doing something like analytics, this is kind of bad data, right? I don't necessarily want this. So there's other types of joins that we can use. I want a type of join where if there's no match in the second table, I don't want to see this row at all. Yes, and Mott said looking at Venn diagrams helps them a lot. We are going to look at those in just a second. So there's I wish there was a type of join where if there was no match in the second table, it wouldn't show me that row at all. So there is a type of join that can do that, and it's called an inner join. So what we just looked at was a left join, which says give me all the rows from the base table, regardless of if they have a match in the second table. And that's what we got, right? There was no match in the second table. It gave us all the rows anyway. Another type of join is an inner join. And what that does is it says, hey, look for a match in the second table. If there is no match, don't show me the row at all. Now, the third type of join is what's called a right join. And so if there is no match in the base table, it will still show all the rows in the second table. That sounds really confusing and it's not used very often. My name is Stephen says right and left joins do essentially the same thing, right? Yes, it's all about the join order though. And you won't, right joins don't get used all that often because they are very similar to left joins, and left joins make a lot more sense intellectually. So let's look at a Venn diagram and we will suss out some join types here. All right, this is a pretty good one, I think. One slightly clearer. Yeah. Open his image. All right, here we go. So we're going to focus on these three right here. So I'm going to actually be super high tech. Behold my drawing skills. All right, get the nuns ready in chat. All right, so we're going to be looking at this one, and this one. Don't really worry about these other ones. They're not going to matter too much. Focus on these three right here that I've underlined. All right, so what we just did the first time we ran that query was a left join. We got everything from the products table. And essentially, if there was a match in the company's table, we returned that record. Otherwise, we just returned a null, right? So there's potential that there could be no matches, but either way, we return everything from the products table. Now, the next type that we talked about is inner joins. What this does is only return records where there is a match between both the product table and the company table. It only returns records where both are true. Right join is the third type. Like I said, it doesn't get used very often. This would only return if there was it would return all the records from the company's table and return null if there was no match in the products table. But a lot of the times, the two types that you will see are these two right here: left join and inner join. If you only know those two, don't forget about all these other ones. Don't worry about it. I'm going to scribble them out. Forget about all those other ones. Focus on left join and inner join. If you know what those are and you know how to use them, you will be golden most of the time. My name is Nancy that says, what would be the uses of the full outer join excluding inner join? I don't even know. Those are a lot of the times you're going to structure your queries in such a way where you're not going to need to do that kind of thing. Full outer join excluding inner join. That would be, I would see that mostly for troubleshooting. If you wanted to find records that are mutually exclusive and do not have any matches between both tables, that would just probably be for finding mutually exclusive records between the two. But I could only see that really happening in like a troubleshooting situation. I mean, there's use cases for everything, but this is from a basic SQL perspective. These are your two most important ones right here. So left join, inner join. We already did a left join. Now let's do an inner join and see what we get. So I hope you all enjoyed my artistic prowess. Inner join. Oops. Let's run this and see what happens. So as a reminder, this was the result from our outer join. We ended up with a null record because there was no match for a null company ID, right? No match returned from the company's table. I said, I don't want to see this row. It doesn't give me any valuable data. I only want to see records where there's a match in both tables. So we'll run this. And when I do, we can see that I only get records where there is a valid match in both tables, right? All have valid company IDs, all have valid matches in the company's table. So you'll find that inner joins are used very often when you want to ensure, when you only want to return records where you have valid data across the board. There's nothing missing. Everything's populated. Inner joins are really good for that. However, if you want to return all records, regardless of a match, you just want to see all the data that's there, maybe see if there's any holes in your data, you'll find folks using left joins for that most of the time. Okay. Now, you don't have to know necessarily how to write one of these off the bat, but does it make sense conceptually what we're doing here? I want to take a quick poll before we're going to walk through this query and talk about what each part of it is doing, but conceptually, does it make sense what we're looking at here? When I say left join, does it make sense what we're going to get back? And when I say inner join, does it make sense what we're going to get back? If it doesn't, you're allowed to say so. Okay? If it doesn't make sense, please say so. You're not going to sound, you're not going to sound stupid. You're not going to sound like, you're behind or anything like that. What you are going to be voicing is a question that probably others in the audience already have. Okay? So do speak up. All right, Prelium says, yeah, it does. I didn't understand joins before this. Oh, good. That's awesome. All right, I'm not seeing anything else here. So let's talk about the query and let's walk through what each part of it is doing. So I have two tables, one called products and one called companies. Companies too, technically. what I'm doing is choosing which fields I want from both tables. And in order to do that, I have to tell my SQL query which tables I am getting those fields from. Because as we saw, sometimes you can have identical names in multiple tables that mean different things. So, for example, in table one, which is products, the name field is referring to product name, right? The name field here is referring to product name. But in table two, the name field is referring to something completely different, which is the company name. And so you have to be careful about that. And so when you're doing a join, if you have identical names and we didn't specify that explicitly, we would probably get an error when running the query. And actually, we can test that. I can remove these aliases here. You can run it without aliases.
Black Claw 404 just followed.
Thank you, Black Claw. Thank you for the follow. So I'm going to remove my aliases here, and we'll see what happens. I'm expecting I'm going to get an error. So I'm just going to say select ID, name, ISBN, company ID, price, and actually I'm going to add ID here again, referring to the ID value in table two. So in companies two, there's also an ID value, which refers to company ID, which is a completely different thing. So we've got some ambiguity here, right? We've got matching values, which don't mean the same thing. I'm going to run it. We'll see what happens. Yeah, it doesn't like that. It says that is invalid. There's too much ambiguity here. It's basically saying, I can't read your mind. Tell me what you actually want, please. So we have to be explicit. That's why we can alias these tables and explicitly declare which table each field is coming from. Another way you could do this is you could say products.id, name.id, ISBN, company, price, and then companies two dot ID, name, companies two dot name, et cetera, et cetera. Right? So you can do that. That's a little like, I don't know, it's sometimes you can get really long table names and things get a little wordy, and things get a little confusing. And so what a lot of folks do is they alias those tables like I did before. So I can say from products as T1 and just replace the actual table name with its alias. And that makes things a little shorter and, in my opinion, a little easier to read. But it's doing the same thing. You can specify the full table name if you want, or you can specify an alias. As Les said. So alias also for less typing, less typing, less typing errors. Yes, and that's a big part of it too. Um, Especially when you're joining multiple tables together, you could be joining 3 or 4 or 5 tables. Sometimes specifying explicitly table 1, table 2, table 3, table 4 can help you remember what order you're joining in. So I know that T1 refers to my base table. So what table am I returning? You know, what is my starter table? What am I using as my base and getting the majority of my records from? Anything after that are the tables that I'm joining to. And Renate says, what happens if you use select star when using joins? Yes, we'll try that in just a second. So I'm going to say T1 name as product name. And this is really just to help me keep things straight in the results set. And company ID. I also have to specify the alias in my join condition. So when I'm telling the database what values I'm joining on, I need to also declare, all right, this one is coming from T2, and this one is coming from, T1 and then T2. My bad. Run this. Oh, what did I do? Do.name as company name. All right, where's my mistake? Select from products. This is what happens when I do things by hand. T2. Oh, do I have an extra comma? Where is it? Oh, here it is. I have an extra comma at the end of my select. So good catch. I do that a lot, by the way. There we go. So once I do that, now that I've properly aliased everything, the database knows exactly which fields I want from which tables and what I'm joining on. All right. Now, there was the question, Renit's asked the question, what happens if you use select star when using joins? That is something you can do. Yes. So instead of saying T1 and specifying each of the columns, I just did that to make it, clear what we were pulling back. Instead of saying T1 and explicitly declaring all the columns, what I could do instead is say T1 dot star and then comma. So just like that, this essentially says, get me everything from table 1, and I'll remove the ID field here from table 2. So what we're saying here is get me everything from table 1 and then just the name field from table 2. So just like we would in a single select statement, just like you would in a single select statement, you can either say select star for everything or specifically declare which columns you want. So let's run this and let's see what we get. And we get the same thing. It means the same thing. So this is a much faster way of writing it, right? This is a much faster way of writing it rather than declaring all the columns. And so this is another common way of doing it. Especially when you're doing like left joins, a lot of the times you're going to want all the records from the base table, and then you're only going to want 1 or 2 records from the table that you're joining to. Rex says you're just checking to see if you're paying attention. Yeah, totally. That's that extra comma thing is not a mistake that I make all the time or anything, right? Yeah, that I get that all my queries fail at work for. Sometimes when I have an extra comma. Yeah, totally not. All right, now joins are hard. So I completely understand if this still isn't quite ringing a bell and making sense. It's okay. Joins are a new concept, but I hope you can at least conceptually see what we're trying to do here. So now I'm going to ask you a question. This question here is saying, for this challenge, you will need to create a simple select statement that will return all columns from the products table and join to the companies table so you can return just the company name. Based on this information, what type of join do you think the question is asking for? Your options are, as we talked about, left join, inner join, or right join. So 3 choices, right? What do you think? What do you think the right answer is here? Based on what the question is asking for, return all columns from the products table and join to the companies table so you can return the company's name. So based on these diagrams here, which one do you think would be appropriate, aside from the ones that are scribbled out, which one do you think would be appropriate for what we're trying to do? Yeah. Yeah. So Engineer Moore says left join. We've got a couple folks saying inner join. Now, let's take a quick look at what the question is asking again. You need to create a simple select statement that will return all columns from the products table and join to the companies table. So what they're essentially asking for here is all columns and all rows. I know that's not entirely clear in the way the question is worded, but what I believe they're now, and I haven't attempted this question yet, so we're going to see if I'm wrong. But if it is wrong, we're going to know exactly what to do, right? So I'm going to say this means all columns, all rows from the products table, and then join to the company's table so you can return the company name. So I'm going to assume that they are going to be willing to accept null values and that they want all columns, all rows. So in that case, we're going to attempt to do this using a left join. Yeah, it's vague, right? But if we get it wrong, then what we'll do is we'll just switch it to an inner join. because maybe they don't want nulls. They don't specify. So in general, when it's not specified, so just when you're constructing queries, um, if it's not clearly apparent that null values should be excluded, you should run the query that's going to cast the wider net. So in this case, we don't know for sure that we want to exclude data from our results, so let's not do it. Let's run the query that's going to give us everything from the products table, including potential nulls, and potential null matches in the companies table. Let's be a little bit conservative in our approach here, and we'll use a left join for that. Oops, left join. Now there was another question there. What about select star from? Will it fail because two columns have the same name? Let's do that. So are you talking about like this? There's no harm in testing things. Oh, and I forgot my comma again. All right, here we go. Yeah, so in this case, look what we got back. Isn't this interesting? I love this behavior. This shows some of the little pitfalls you can get yourself into if you're not explicit about doing your aliasing. Look what we got. We got ID, we got name, ISBN, company ID, price, company name, but they're in the wrong places, right? This is company ID, and then company name, and then company ID again, and then company name. It's data is missing and overwritten in our result set, so it's incorrect. Now you were asking, you just want to do select star with no qualifications at all. Okay, we'll do that. Yeah. Now look what we got. Look what we got. This is different behavior again. So all we're getting here is ID, which is, so I don't think that's even in, yeah. So what we're getting here is essentially a repeat of company ID in two columns. This is the column from the products table. This is the column from the companies table. We're getting company name, ISBN, company ID, and price. So it's doing funky things with our results because it doesn't know what to do with those duplicate names. So we have columns with duplicate names, and what it's essentially doing is it's overwriting itself. Yeah, so it's, in general, it's best to be as specific as you can be because you might end up with unexpected results. Yeah. When in doubt, just alias. In general, when you're joining, you're going to be aliasing everything. Keone, thank you so much for the follow. So we end up with this weird, unnatural hybrid of both tables that is only, yeah, it doesn't make any sense, right? Stephen says, because you're using alias, does it expect the alias value for specific tables and use the star to refer to everything? Yes. So in SQL, the star is the wild card. It says, give me everything. But we want to be specific and say, I only want everything, meaning all columns. I only want all columns from table one, right? So from table one, give me everything. From table two, only give me company name. So that's what we're specifying here. Now, when I do that, the results are going to make sense. Oh, T2, sorry, that was just, what was that field called? I lost track of it. Name, it's just called name. Okay, T2.name as company name. There we go. When I run that, it gives me the results that I expect because I've made it clear to the database what belongs where. Now, I will say that this type of scrambling behavior is not going to be the same across all SQL clients and SQL flavors. For example, if I were to run a query like this without the aliases in PL SQL Developer, which is Oracle SQL, I think it would actually error out and it would say column names are ambiguous. Do better. Afari, thank you. I think it would. Thank you for the follow, Afari. It would identify. It would identify the ambiguity in the column names, and it would actually warn me about it, or give me an error and say, hey, these names are too ambiguous. I don't know what you're referring to. I need you to structure your query better so that I can give you accurate results. So some clients will do that for you and say, like, nope, try harder, please. Icefire says, and T1.name as product name. So yeah, that's one thing about if you are doing a select, yeah, if you're doing a select like this where you're just grabbing everything, we can't then turn around and alias a single field in here. So if I want to do that, I need to select each field individually. I would need to do those individual select statements like we started out with. So if I wanted to add that alias, I would need to list all the fields individually in order to do that. Oh, I see. You said it worked in code wars? Okay, let's try it. It's not something I would normally do, but we'll do T1 dot name as. Yeah, so when I do that, and I'm not sure I'm not sure if this is what you were referring to, but when I do that, I still get the original name field. Yes, I get it twice exactly. So I still get the original product name field, but then I get it again down here with the alias. So you got to be careful about that too. So I still get the original name field, and then I get it again with the alias over here. And then company name is behind my head. It's still there. You just can't see it. Okay. So I'm going to take this off, this extra alias. And I think this should be hopefully what the question is asking for. But let's test it out and see. And if it's not, we'll switch this join type to be an inner join. Because as we said before, this question is rather vague, and I honestly don't know exactly what it's looking for. So we'll figure it out. All right. So let's go back to the question list here. And this question is called simple join. This one right here. And let's train it. What do y'all think? Take your bets. All right, I'm going to drop this in. And let me make sure all columns from products table. So that's what we're doing here. Make this a little bigger. All columns from products table, and then join companies table so you can return the company's name. All right. I don't think there was. I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss anything here. T2.name. You should return all product fields as well as the company name as company name, which is what I'm doing. I'm aliasing it as company name, and let's see what we get. Okay. Oh, sorry. The actual table is called companies. I had to call it companies two in my database because I already had a companies table. So let's try that again. Yeah, exactly. Copper Lily. Yep. There we go. Hooray! So they did want a left join. I thought they probably did. Um, so here we can see the results. Aerodynamic marble knife. That's an awesome product. I want one of those. Or maybe an aerodynamic plastic coat. I think that sounds like a good thing to have. Or what about enormous rubber shoes? That sounds fun. I'd like some enormous rubber shoes, please. Drunk Uncle Grandma says, just came back. Is alias like setting up a foreign key but on the same table? No. So it's just it doesn't affect the original table at all. It just changes what the column is called in the results. So I could call it, I don't know, friggin' purple elephant if I wanted, and it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't affect anything in the original table or how the join is executed. All it would do is change the column name in the results. So aliasing is useful when you have identical names across multiple tables. Aliasing helps you keep them straight in the result set. And it's also good when you're doing like mathematical operations to create a new field. So, for example, if we were doing a calculation and adding it to our result set on top of the existing fields, then you would use an alias to basically indicate what you're doing, like sum or I don't know, result, right? You would add an alias to that new column that you've just created. Oh, hey, Dan. Kenner says, I want the durable paper hat. Yeah, that actually sounds like a good one. Saif says, what are we doing today? We are practicing SQL today. We are practicing the basics of SQL. That's what I started out last week by explaining, just basic select statements. And today we are expanding more on selects. We're talking about some joins. We're talking about some, we've done some updates. Next thing I want to do is an insert. So that's what we'll be doing next. Spoiler alert. But before we go too far ahead of ourselves here, let's go ahead and attempt this. All right, it worked. Go us. Yes. Yeah, and that's exactly right, Dan. So using aliases is a great way to label columns that are the result of calculations. Exactly. That's where you'll find them used a lot. Is well, if you're actively generating new columns in your result set by doing calculations, you often will alias them. It's not only aliases are not only used for tables, but they're also used for columns. So alias is sort of a general term when you take an object, whether that's a like a data a table column or the table name itself, and you give it another name in your result set without changing the name in the database itself. So you're not doing anything to affect the actual table. All you're doing is renaming something in your results that you're getting back from your query. So I hope that makes sense. All right. Copper Lily says 7Q rank up. Let's go. All right. Awesome job, Copper Lily. Okay, so let's. I love this. I love this first result here, and I want to look at it. So they have done essentially the same thing that we did. They selected everything from products, and then company name as company's dot name as company name. But in their join statement, they essentially just use the keyword join, and that is valid. You can do that. So let's do that real quick. We're just going to say join. So when I do that, the results that I get back is an inner join. Now, that isn't immediately clear, right? It's not immediately clear. If I just use the keyword join, it's not immediately clear what's going to happen. So it appears that in this particular question, it doesn't matter whether you use an inner join or a left join. You're always going to get it's always going to be correct. They never had any null values in their table, which is fine. Sometimes it works that way. But I never just use the join keyword. I always explicitly declare whether I'm doing a left join or an inner join. And none of my coworkers all do the same thing. We never just use the join keyword by itself because we want to be very explicit about what type of join is happening. So it may work. It may return the correct result for this question, but in my opinion, you should always declare exactly what type of join you're doing, to show others what is happening here logic wise. Okay. So, just as a general best practice, I would suggest always specify, am I doing a left join? Am I doing an inner join? Even though you can just use the join keyword by itself and it will work to do an inner join, I would highly suggest being specific about it. Okay. My name is not Steven says you would only use an alias on a table when you're joining it to itself, right? No, not necessarily. We used an alias here. From products, we set it as T1 or table 1, right? So this is an alias that we did right here. Same thing for companies. We said companies as T2. That's an alias. So you'll find aliases used pretty often, table aliases used pretty often in joins of any type. Okay. As Dan said, oh, I was wondering how to select all from one table plus another specific column from a different table. The products.star makes sense. Yes, and that's what we did here, right? We did T1.star or products.star. And What that gives us is everything from table one, and then one specific column. Or you could, I don't know, we could say, if this table had other columns, we could say T2 dot whatever, as many columns as we wanted from table two as well. Oh, you're good, Stephen. No worries. It's okay. I think it's important to ask those questions and reiterate this stuff because joins are different than anything we've done so far, right? This is a new concept. And so whenever we introduce a new concept, it's really important to slow down and think about it and try to parse exactly what's going on and why we're doing the things we're doing. Okay? Now, just for funsies, let's do a right join and see what happens. So we talked about that before, right? I said there's three types that are we're really just going to even consider here. Left join is by far the most common, I would say. Inner join is right up there as well. They're both very common. Right join, you're probably not going to see very often, but let's run it and let's see what happens. So, and as a reminder, right join returns all the columns from table B, or sorry, all the rows from table B, regardless of whether there is a match in table A. So, in terms of what we're doing today, the products table is table A, the company's table is table B. So, let's run it and see what we get. Yeah, check it out. All right, so the way I built this data, I built it so that it would return different results for left join, right join, and inner join. And that's what we see here. So just as it says on the tin, it returned all the rows from table B, which is the company's table, regardless of whether they had a match in the products table. So all the rows from table two, companies, regardless of whether there was a match in products, which is our base table. So here, there's an extra company in our companies table, right? Company D, that doesn't exist anywhere in the products table. So we get a bunch of nulls. And this is a little funky. You won't see right joins being used very often, but I did just want to show you what it would look like if we ran one. Saif says, you can always get by using left join for everything, right? Yeah, pretty much. That's what you're going to see 95% of the time is either left joins or inner joins. Because yeah, left join is the same thing. It's just reversed, right? You get everything from your base table or your table one, and then return possible matches, any possible matches from table two, and that like in your brain that probably makes more sense, right? um, right joins are much less common. A shell company, yeah, maybe it's a shell company. Les, thank you for stopping in. See you on the next one. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, so in general, the two types that you're going to see most often are left join, like this, where it returns all results from table one and any matches from table two, and then inner join, which only returns matching records from both tables. Okay? And I find that looking at diagrams like this really helped me learn these join concepts and what they mean. Um, so hopefully the diagram is helpful as well. Feel free to Google it yourself, print it out, whatever you got to do, screenshot it, scribble on it like I did here. If you're trying to decide what type of join to use, I would recommend looking at these Venn diagrams. Okay, questions. Any questions on this before we go on to the next thing? Because I do want to cover one more very important topic before we end the stream today.
Jasonia88 just followed.
Jason, thank you for the follow. It's okay to ask questions. I'm very open to questions. So, like I said, joins are weird. You might not fully understand it just yet, but they are very important to at least understand conceptually. If somebody says left join to you in an interview, you should be able to describe what that is. If somebody says inner join to you in an interview, you should be able to describe what that is. If somebody asks you what the difference between a left join and an interview in an inter bleh, if somebody asks you what the difference between a left join and an inner join is in an interview, you should be able to describe how they are different. Okay? And maybe even draw some little Venn diagrams of your own. All right. I'm not seeing any more questions, but if you think of one, feel free to ask. Capilla says, I understand them conceptually, just need to practice the implementation a lot more. Yeah. And that's perfectly fine. Joins are a little bit more of a step up, right, than the basic select statements we've been doing so far. So when you're building a join, when you're thinking, hey, I need to join two tables together to get some information, here's the steps that I would follow in order to do that. The first thing I would do is I would look at each table individually and look for the commonalities between them. Are there values that link those two tables together? And often there will be. Usually tables will have what's called a primary key, which is a unique value that uniquely identifies each record in that table. In this case, the primary key of the company's table is this company ID value. And in the products table, we identify that there's this company ID value here, which links directly to the company ID value in the companies table, right? So there's our link. That's usually the first thing we identify is, okay, what's my link between these two tables that I want to join together? So this is what's called a foreign key. This value right here, this value right here that is the primary key in the other table, this is called a foreign key. And it says, this is how I link my products table to my companies table. This is what this value is here for. It tells us how to link those two things together. It's a foreign key. So first thing you want to do is identify your linkages. What are those link values? And then identify what type of join you want. So do I want to see all the records in my base table and only the matches in my secondary table? Or do I want to see only matching records from both? Should I use a left join or an inner join? Those are probably the most important questions. And then after that, you can start to build your query and set up your aliases, set up what values you're joining on, and then from there you can whittle down, what columns you want to return and that type of thing. Dan says, I heard in a recent video that queries with 10 joins would still be normal. Does that sound right? As far as the strict definition of like normalization, I would personally say I don't think I've ever done a query with more than 4 joins, because things start to get like really hard to follow when you get more than like 4 tables joining together. Things just get like, for the human brain, it starts to become hard to follow. I'm not saying that more joins aren't perfectly valid to do, but once you get more than 4 or 5, I would say things start to become, the logic becomes difficult to keep in your head. Figuring out what values you're joining on, how they link together, that type of thing. You become very prone to mistakes at that point. So I think in my professional career, I've never done one with more than 4 joins. I think when it starts to get to that point, if you're doing those types of like bunches and bunches of joins like that regularly, then you might want to start to look at your database structure and be like, wait, is my database structure a little bit too fragmented? Should I create some views maybe on top of these tables that are going to make it easier to query them? Should I, can I structure my data a little bit differently? Yeah, it really depends on your structure, Dan. So there's such a thing as called Kimball modeling, which you can Google, in which you have a central table, which is called a fact table, which contains a bunch of key references to a lot of which contains a lot of key references to a lot of what we call dimensional tables, which are tables that contain like sort of the attributes for that fact. And that's a specific type of modeling, which we use at my work for reporting purposes. However, all the joins are done behind the scenes. Okay, nerd. Yeah, absolutely. Total nerd here. Those types of joins are done behind the scenes. and they're not like those aren't queries that are being written by the user. They're queries that are automatically written by the reporting uh, software. Alternative fact table. Are you talking about like a snowflake, or I'm not entirely sure what that refers to. I'm not familiar with that term in my understanding of Kimball modeling. No, you're good, Si. It's okay. I am a nerd, by the way. Complete and total utter nerd. Ask me stuff about Star Trek, and I can talk to you about that for several hours until I no longer have any viewers on my stream. So don't get me started. I'm a nerd in the traditional sense. Porto, thank you for the follow. I'm thank you for the follow. I assume that would be from a mutual love of Star Trek. I hope so. Oh, I understand what you're going for, Dan. I get you. Alternative fact table is a lie. Yeah, yeah. So I guess in short, Dan, in answer to your question, if you're making bespoke queries in which you have to regularly do 4 or 5 joins, what you might consider doing is building a view that does those joins for you, and then you can query on top of that, so that you don't have to worry about screwing up, a 4 level join over and over again. Just a suggestion. Um, okay, so joins. Hope that was helpful. You don't have to know how to write a join right now, but what you do have to know is the essential concepts. What's the difference here? What will each of these return? And how we link tables together. In short, we link tables together on their common values, which is generally the unique identifier for each particular record. What is going to bring back a single match record for every one record in our base table? What's going to bring back one match in our secondary table? So in this case, it's company ID to ID. But in some cases, you may have to join on multiple things. You may have to join on, I don't know, name to name or something like that. In this case, we can't do that. That's not how these tables are built. But sometimes you may have multiple join conditions. However, keeping it simple for just introducing this concept, we're going to say, think about what condition you want to join on. Is it going to return a single record from the second table? And what type of join do you want to use? Saif says, are views persistent or go away after session? No, you can make views that are that do persist, that you can query over and over again. Welcome to the stream, Jason. I'm a no ORM guy. Yeah, everybody has the tools that they like and the tools that work best for them, right? So there's usually no wrong answer to this type of thing. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on, not because I want to, stifle any further questions, but because I really want to introduce another really important concept. So previously, we've done a lot of selecting, right? And if we're thinking about the concept of CRUD, where you create, read, update, delete, our selects, we've already said, those are essentially reads, right? We're reading from the database. We're getting data from the database, but we're not affecting the original data in any way, right? We're only reading, we're not writing. We did briefly talk about update statements, and those are essentially the update in CRUD, right? So you can take an existing record and you can make a change to it. You can, I think we did that for the tuition question. Yeah, so we did here. We did an update statement, and we switched some existing values around using filters to only update certain records, right? So we've talked about reading, we've talked about updating. Now let's talk about how do we create records? How do we add something brand new to a table? Rock 'em, sock 'em, drop 'em tables. Yeah, how do we add a brand new record to a table that didn't exist before? So let's look at another question. Oh, and Saif, I apologize. You asked earlier, um, where is the, you want to look at some of these questions inside of Code Wars, and Those are just on codewars.com. I'll share the link with you there. And if you go to codewars.com and you go to practice, you can search for the specific questions that we're working on. So you can search for them by name based on the names that I have right here. So the question we're going to do next is register for the party. And it's SQL for Beginners number 3. So Saif, if you go to if you go to codewars.com and practice, search for this question, and it should come right up. You can click on it and you can solve it with us. Okay. And anybody else out there that wants to do this. All right, good deal. So, oops. Oh, that's fine. Okay. Here we go. You received an invitation to an amazing party. Now you need to write an insert statement to add yourself to the table of participants. So we're going to have an existing table and we need to insert ourselves into the guest list for this party. So the schema is name, age, attending. Now, some notes here. Since alcohol will be served, you can only attend if you are 21 or older. Sorry, folks from Europe and other countries. We're going by America's rules here. You got to be 21 to drink. You can't attend if the attending column returns anything but true. So, a couple rules here. You have to be at least 21. Attending, the value in the attending column must be true. So you can't attend if the attending column returns anything but true. So essentially, what they're saying here is attending must be true. And then your solution needs to use SQL, which obviously we're going to do. Hey, you, sir. Thank you for the follow.
User 0 just followed.
Insert star humans over 21. Good try. Good try. Dan says, when I host a party, I always give the guests direct write access to the party database. Yeah, that's a good idea. So, first off, let's see what data we're starting with. So, select star from participants gives us everybody else who's attending the party. Now, we are going to just go ahead and, add ourselves onto the guest list. User says, so are you coding something? Recently arrived here. Welcome, by the way. Today I'm demonstrating the basics of SQL, or structured query language. And we're just practicing some basics, how to do basic CRUD operations in SQL. And we are doing that through Code Wars, which is, simple coding challenges. So that's what we're doing today. All right, so if we want to insert something into a database, we need to use the insert keyword. So pretty easy, right? Insert. And then, similar to update, we need to tell the database what table we want to insert something into. So where do we want to insert something? We want to insert it into, what is this table called? Participants. Insert into participants. Okay. Insert into participants. And what values do we want to insert into participants? What columns do we want to add data to? So what you'll kind of see is that we're kind of narrowing down, sort of how when you build a schema in MongoDB, you specify which, uh, which database it belongs to, then which collection it belongs to, then which fields you want to insert data into. We're doing something similar here. We're specifying which table we want to insert, and then which columns we want to affect. And then finally, we'll specify the exact values that we want to put into those columns. Okay? So insert into participants, values, name, age, attending. So these are the columns we want to put something in. As, and then what those values should be. So as, I'm going to say Mayan Wolf, and then age, we'll say 35. I'm not 35, but that's reasonable. And then attending, I'm not going to say I'm 21 because I'm obviously not. Oh, sorry. Sorry. And then value for attending should be true. Okay. So, what table do we want to insert values into? What columns do we want to affect? And then what should those actual, what data are we putting in there? Oops. And of course, I always get it wrong first time. I don't often write my own insert statements. Insert into. Oh, yeah. Insert into. Yeah. And I got the syntax wrong as well. All right. Insert into values. There we go. That's right. All right. So insert into participants. What columns are we putting values in? And then what are those values? So my apologies. All right. There we go. That time it worked. I just had the syntax slightly wrong. Happens sometimes. Dan says, is it because you have an insert statement intern? Nah. It's because I usually copy and paste my insert statements and then, like, I just grab an existing one and change out values as I need to. So I don't usually write them from scratch. That's why it's good to do. That's why it's good to do that every so often, right? All right. So once I've done this, now let's see what that looks like in the table itself. Okay. Now, when I select star from participants, check down there at the very bottom. Mine will 35, true. Now, I feel kind of weird because I'm like way older than everybody else who's attending this party, so I'm not even sure if I should be here. Feels a little bit weird. I'm like, 10 years older than the next youngest person at the party. Feeling a little awkward. But hey, I don't know.
Unplanetary just followed.
Planetary, thank you for the follow. All right. So that's how you can insert a single value. Now, it's possible that I may want to insert more than one value. And you can do that. I don't have to write separate insert statements for every single one row that I want to insert into a table. That would suck. Now, you can if you're using something like if you're just generating your insert statements using something like Microsoft Excel, like to just auto populate, you can do that. You could do 100 separate insert statements. But if you just want to write one insert statement and insert multiple rows at once, um, you can absolutely do that. So I'm going to change this to be just change some values here. I could also say so here I'm going to insert 2 additional rows. Hey, Ani, welcome to the stream. Zenial here. All right, let's see if we can insert 2 rows at once. There we go. Now, if I do another select, we should see those additional 2 rows in the table.
X Rage Nugget
Rage
followed.
Nugget, thank you so much for the follow. All right, so with this in mind, you can pretty much insert as many rows as you want, all at once in the same statement with the same execution. And that's if we look back here at when I was generating tables for this particular set of exercises that we're doing, you can see I'm inserting like 10 records at once with a single insert statement. So much faster. All right. Um, so let me back this out. So we're only inserting 1 row. All right. And I think this statement should hopefully meet the criteria for what the question is asking for. We'll see. All right. Any questions on this while I am setting it up in the kata here before we test it out? Any questions on insert statements? Hey, Zape. Dan says apparently MySQL and Postgres. So for those who don't know, those are different flavors of SQL. So as we talked about before, they're just different variations of the SQL language. Postgres is open source. MySQL is managed by Oracle. Um, so Dan is saying apparently MySQL and Postgres have a max insert of around 65,000 rows. That may be for prepared statements only with question mark places. Yeah, I don't know for sure. A lot of the times when you're inserting when you're building a table like that, you're gonna be migrating it in. If you, I don't know, I've never had to insert, like, do an actual insert statement for more than, like, I don't know, 100 rows. I've never done I've never tested the limits of how many you're actually able to do, because generally you're going to be migrating data in other ways rather than insert statements. If you're moving that much, you're going to have some kind of a data pipeline, like an ETL setup, which is going to be migrating your data or something like that. But SCF and Saif says, I think you can omit the column names if you insert the same number of values. Yeah, I always specify the column names. I just think it's a best practice thing, because you really want to be explicit about what columns you're adding data to. So I always specify column names regardless of what I'm inserting. But again, yeah, there's a lot of shortcuts that you can take with some of this stuff. All right, insert new participants, name, age, attending values, mine will 35 true. All right, let's run this and see what happens. No, if only there's a way to omit the values. You're just trying to get the statement as short as possible, aren't you, Saeed? Oh, whoops. What was I supposed to do? Oh, they wanted to do a select, I think. Uh, I think I shouldn't have deleted that select statement that was in there. Whoopsie. Oh, and I gotta put that. All right. There we go. They didn't say to not delete the select statement. I just thought it was in there for fun. All right. So I inserted my record and then it did a check by doing a select star. And that worked. So now we can see that in my results, we've got Alex 24, Alex 22, Sam 24, and Mine Wolf 35. Now I'm not actually 35, but I am in my 30s, and so once again, I'm not sure if I should be going to this party. It feels a little out of place, but whatever. I'll just be awkward in the corner. All right, let's attempt it. 135. Yeah, I should have just gone for gold. Been like, yeah, I'm Methuselah. What of it? Free booze is free booze. Yeah, I mean, that would probably mean more if I actually drank alcohol, but So why am I there? Maybe it's a Star Trek party. Maybe we're all just sitting down watching Star Trek. I'd be happy with that. Pizza. All right, we'll submit the answer. Yeah, and as Saif pointed out, free food. Yeah, we'll go with that. All right, as Saif pointed out, you don't necessarily have to explicitly declare which columns you're inserting values into, right? In this case, this statement that they've done right here, this statement works. They didn't specifically declare the columns. They just said, what values am I putting in here? Now down here, this matches our solution where we explicitly declared the columns and then said what values we're putting in them.
Underscore heavy Jester.
Metal Heavy, thank you for the follow. Like I said before, I prefer this way of doing it. I prefer explicitly stating which columns am I going to be putting values into, and then stating what those values are. Because if somebody goes back and looks at that insert statement later, if you want your coworker to, if you're, let's say something goes wrong, right? you put these values in the wrong order, right? Maybe I put 21 Greg false or whatever, and that's incorrect. Your coworker is trying to figure out what the problem is. They want to troubleshoot your insert statement. Um, and if you didn't specify, your column order here, it could be a little bit hard for them to do that without running some queries against the base table. So I prefer this way of doing it. Again, it can be done either way, personal preference. Yeah, and as Dan says, it really helps knowing what those true false values mean. What do they stand for? If the columns are explicit, yes. And as D Rock said, I prefer declaring the columns too, especially as tables can change in the future with new columns. Absolutely. Table structures can change. New columns get added to tables all the time. Customers want additional data. They want to capture additional data. They want to, I don't know, have additional calculations being done in a table. So they add a column later on, which didn't exist at the time the statement was written. And so if I declare the columns here, I can immediately say, oh, yeah, at this time when this was run, that fourth column didn't exist. So that's why the value is null for this record. So it immediately makes sense. So, all right. Now, let's say that I feel uncomfortable attending this party. I would rather not attend. I have chosen to rescind my own invitation. I would prefer not to attend. Um, I want to delete that record. This record that I just created, I want to delete it. So this one right here, I want to delete that record. So let's talk about the last part of CRUD. We have talked about create, which is this insert statement. We've talked about read, which is select. We've talked about update, which is update. Now let's talk about the last one, the big D, which is delete. All right. Delete, indeed. Yes. Now, in another fortuitous stroke of luck, the keyword for delete in SQL is also just delete. Now, this is one you got to be careful with. Anytime you are deleting records from a table, you are potentially removing valid data, right? If you are not careful in writing your delete statement, you could destroy data in an irretrievable way. And that is obviously not a good thing. So delete statements, I have not done, I don't do delete statements very often. That is to say that I do them sometimes, but there's something that I definitely try to avoid. Whenever possible, if data in a record is incorrect, but you still want the record to exist, you should use an update statement to modify that record and fix it rather than deleting the record entirely and, recreating it. Try to avoid delete statements unless you have to use them. Um, so, but let's learn how to write one. Drop database. I love y'all just putting all the most destructive statements in chat. I love it. Let's destroy some data, y'all. Oni, thank you for the follow.
Yes, I just followed.
All right, first let's start small though. Let's destroy a record first. All right. So how do we do this? Well, it's important to remember that whenever you run a delete statement, you are deleting an entire row. I cannot say delete and just, like, for example, just delete this age value. I cannot use a delete statement to delete a field inside of a record or a value inside of a record. I can't do that. A delete statement is always going to remove the entire row. That's extremely important to remember. If I want to remove a value from within a row, I need to use an update statement to do that. So we'll see, we'll do them both and I'll show you how both of them work. But whenever you are running a delete statement, you are deleting at least one row of data, if not multiple rows. So keep that in mind. All right, how do we do it? Well, since we're blitzing an entire row at a time, we don't need to specify which columns we're removing. We're removing all of the columns for those records, right? All three of these values are going to get removed no matter what. So we just say delete from. We don't need to say delete star from. We don't need to say delete, whatever columns from. We just say delete from and our table name, delete from participants. Now, if I want to delete a single record, what is the most important part of this query? The thing that I never want to forget when I'm running a delete statement. What should I always have next? What always 100% needs to be the next word in this query? Obliterate. Exterminate. No. It needs to be where. Exactly. The next word in this statement should, gosh golly darn, be where. And then we need to have some kind of filter on here. You never want to run a delete statement wide open, because you can, but you shouldn't. And we'll do that. I will show you that and what that does, just because it's fun. But that's something you should never do. You should always have a where clause in your delete statement. And in general, you're going to want to be as specific as possible with that where clause. So delete from participants where, I'm going to say where name equals Mayan Wolf. And I'm going to be even more specific here. I know that there's only one record with the name of Mayan Wolf, but just there's no harm in adding additional filters. And generally, when I'm doing a delete statement, I will be overly specific. So I'm going to say where name equals Mayan Wolf and age equals 35. And I'm not going to worry about the attending column because there's multiple dupes there. But all right, so this is overly specific, but it's still going to do exactly what I need it to do. Another thing you might notice is that for a delete statement, I put everything on the same line. And that just helps to cut down on the possibility that if I had it structured like this, I might accidentally do this and just run the first line, which would just delete everything with no filter, right? It's possible I could accidentally select this line and run it by itself, which would be, it would ignore, this filter here and would just run this line, which is bad. Okay. So let's run this. And I get a warning, which a lot of clients will do this. Some of them, it depends on the operation that you're trying to do. But in this case, they're telling me that I'm doing something destructive. I'm going to do it anyway. There we go. Now let's do a select and see what we have. That one row for Mayan Wolf is gone. Okay? So that worked as expected. Now, let's say that I wrote my delete statement like this. I wrote it with my filter on the next line. And I'm moving quick. It's Friday at 4:30. I am trying to scramble, get my work done. I want to be out of there and, I'm going to see the Barbie movie at 5. I got to get out of here. So Control Z, how hard could it be? All right. I'm going to see the Barbie movie at 5. I want to get this friggin' delete working. Oh, Juicebox Hero, thank you for the raid. My goodness. We're having fun destroying data in a test database. So you want to smash stuff with us? G-Man, thank you for the follow. We're having fun just nuking data from orbit. I'm teaching folks about the basics of SQL, including how to nuke your data. G Prodigy, thank you for the follow. Effing up databases, yeah. All right, let's do it. So I was telling right before you all came in, and thank you for the raid, by the way, Juicebox. I hope you have an awesome weekend. Juicebox Hero, everybody follow them. They're friggin' they're a rad human. I'm gonna give them a shout out real quick. Juice Box Hero. Hopefully that works. Yay! Okay. 10 go make dinner and walk 10 miles. Wow. Okay, go walk 10 miles. Bye. Wow. I commend you. All right. So let's say, we were just talking about before you all came in, we're talking about how whenever I write a delete statement, I normally write it on a single line, just like this, so that when I run it, I'm always running the whole thing. But if I wrote it like this, there's the possibility I could accidentally just select the first line and not my filter. So let's run that. Now, my client here is warning me that I'm about to run a destructive operation, but again, it's 4:30 on a Friday, theoretically, and I don't give a crap, and I'm just going to execute it anyway. All right, now on Monday, I go to look inside of my precious table. Oh Lord. Uh-oh. Where data go? Insert into database mic drop. Yeah, my table is empty. I ran a wide open delete statement. I was warned and I ran it anyway. So that's how easy it is to accidentally nuke an entire table and lose all your data. Burn innate. It's like inbox zero, but for the entire company. Yeah, yeah, sure. Who needs data, right? Motivate. Thank you for the follow.
Motivate, not just follow.
Get restore my career. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I'm going back through chat here. Real devs nuke the prod DB. Y'all are funny. Effing up databases. Drop table raid. Oh, y'all are great. All right. So when you would leave work at 4:30 and then be fired by 4:45. So hopefully you've accidentally done this in the dev database where it's not going to matter and you can just roll in a, pull down a snapshot from QA. You better not have done this in prod. Then yeah, then you're going to be in mucho trouble. It's possible if your company is reputable, they're going to have backups and they can roll back from the backups, but data will be lost. Um, Miranda says, "What if you don't have a snapshot?" Yeah. So yeah, I actually I worked for a company for a while that theoretically had backups, but nobody ever checked. And one day, a dev ran a what's called a trigger, which is some code that automatically fires and performs an operation in the database. However, he thought he was working in the dev database, and he ran it in prod. And it pretty much effed up our data in the live prod database, completely shut down the production for the factory. And yeah, I spent the night at the factory that night as we frantically worked with consultants to try to recover our data because, of course, the backups did not exist. So anytime you're doing any kind of a write operation or any kind of alteration to data that exists in the database, you better be dang sure what environment you're doing it in, that you have the appropriate filters in place, um, and that you have tested your query before you bring it anywhere near live data. Saif says, "How do we take snapshots?" There's there's various ways you could do it. I mean, you could do it manually by just pulling down a. So there's a couple ways you could do it. So in a personal database, what you could do is you could write your data to a temp table. So you could do a select into statement to create a temp table, which contains all the data from your original table. Um, and at the enterprise level, companies should be also be taking like snapshots of the entire database at once. So rather than individual tables, they should be taking regular snapshots of the entire database and taking an image of that so that it can be rolled back if needed. But on a personal level, if you're ever doing something risky, I would always write the existing data in your table to a temp table, and then you have a backup that you can essentially just, if you do something destructive in the real table, you can just override it with the data from the temp table. Yeah, select into is basically like a you can use it to really quickly grab all the data from a source table, so from your original, and then quickly generate a new table and just write all that data into it. Yeah. Okay. So let me just replace this data real quick. Fortunately, I was smart and I kept my original insert statement that generated this table in the first place. So I'm just going to run this real quick. Restore the original table. Now if I do a select, the data is back. But all the additional rows that I added while we were messing around here, none of those are present, right? Because we nuked the whole thing. Now let's say that I decide that I want to go truly scorched earth, and um, I am deliberately trying to empty this table. So another thing you might see sometimes is what's called a truncate statement. And what this statement does is essentially the same thing as this, except it's a statement that's purpose made to clear all records from a table. So truncate table participants will also empty this table. It won't delete the table itself. It will just make it empty. Yep, it's destructive. All right, let's go. All right, now run that. My table is empty. So if you truly want to remove all records from a table and start over, this is the way to do it. What this statement essentially does is it tells anybody who looks at it that you truly meant to empty the table. You didn't just run a delete statement accidentally with no filter. What you meant to do was truly empty the table. Yeah, you can keep, yes, exactly. You can keep your original insert statements. My preferred way of preventing against destructive operations is creating a temp table with a mirror image of the data, and then writing it back into the original if you screw it up. Renit says, will truncate reset the ID counter if it has one? So that's a good question. Let me think about that. And the only reason I'm thinking about it is because the way that I build tables for my work, um, we generate IDs not using like an incremental counter. We generate them using hashes, so it's a little bit different. Yeah, Ani, that's what I'm thinking. But I'm not speaking strictly from experience there because that's not necessarily how we use IDs for the kind of tables that I use for my work. Um, but I believe it does. Yeah, as Saif says, Google says truncate does reset identity columns. Okay, there you go. Thanks, Google. I was thinking that it did, but I didn't want to speak out of turn there and shoot my mouth off. So um, Raytheon says, hey, I'm a novice here. Can you share your wisdom? When do we actually consider using Supabase as compared to using a pure blood database? Are you talking about like an on premises database versus using something like Supabase? What do you mean? Just if you can clarify what you mean by like a pure blood database. Yeah, exactly. There's a very famous story that EHS. Thank you for that, by the way, EHS. They linked. That's a great video. I know exactly what video that is. I've watched that video. Um, so recently, GitLab, which is a popular way of companies interfacing with GitHub, version control type stuff. They had somebody run a destructive statement in a production database and absolutely screw themselves. Hey, Elvis, good to have you in the stream. I love the catch up crew. They're great. Good to have you here. SQL is really fun and you can pick it up at any point. You don't have to be at a certain point in your coding journey in order to start learning SQL. I would suggest, if you're interested in this, watching last week's stream. Last week's stream, we started with the very, very, very basic of what SQL is, why it's important, and what databases are. So if you're interested in this at all, I would suggest going back to last week's stream and checking that out. All right. Okay, catching up with chat. Sorry. Mattel says like key value pair hashes or like MD5 SHA sum hashes. So MD5s. Yeah, we use MD5s. Saif says, why is there no proper software to back up databases regularly? We should make one. It'll be the next Facebook. Hey, Live your dream, my friend. No worries, Alvis. It's awesome. So, Alvis, I started out learning SQL. SQL was my first language. Um, I, like I said before, I have no CS background. I came out of college not knowing what the hell I wanted to do. I stumbled into data analytics, and I just started learning SQL because I had to. Otherwise, I would be fired. And I didn't know what programming languages were. I had never done any coding before in my life. And so SQL was the first language that I picked up. Um, I didn't learn web development until years later when I went through 100 devs. So, you know, SQL was my first and only language for a long time. So anybody can pick it up at any point. There's no prerequisites. It's a very, in my opinion, it's very easy to pick up the basics. Yeah, Mattel says, when is backup done? Transaction in progress. So when do you back up? Yeah. And that's why, whenever I'm doing any kind of individual possible destructive query, like I say, I just create my own temp tables. I don't rely on any existing backups or assume that there's any backups at any point. I just create my own temp table first thing and then run my query and then delete the temp table. Okay. Now, let's say I've truncated my table participants, and I've determined that I no longer need it. Um, I just I don't. This table is empty right now, but it's still sitting out there. It's still sitting out there empty. I've canceled the party. The party is over. All right, let's not say I've canceled the party. Let's say the party is over. I no longer need this table. I don't care. The party's in the past. I'm done. So I want to get rid of the table entirely. How I would do that is drop table participants. So the difference here is that this one clears all records and leaves table. I'm going to say it leaves table existing. Um, deletes table and or all existing records. Okay, so we can drop this table entirely. Again, a destructive operation. Success. Now, if I try to do a select from this table, what low? Participants no longer exist. This table is gone. Alva Doodle says, "What is Supabase?" It's essentially just a cloud backend where you can build your own relational database, which is what I've done here. That all this data that we're querying has been built by me. Um, so that's why I'm able to delete things and drop things and truncate things with no repercussions because it's all just test data that I built. But Supabase is a great backend if you are building a full stack project and you need a backend in the cloud. Supabase is a way to do that. I'm not saying it's the only way or the best way, but it is a way to build a relational database backend for your web development project. Yeah, exactly. As Dan's and to answer Raytheon's question, Dan gave a great answer there. Um, it's nice when you have these platforms like Supabase that are tailored to be the backend for web development projects. And so rather than building your own from scratch, why don't you just use one that's already pre-configured to be a web backend? Uh, so the reason is asking about keywords and capitalizing things. So the SQL client that I use for work, which is PL SQL Developer, I have that set so it automatically capitalizes keywords for me as I type. So that's why I really suck at capitalizing things because my software at work does it for me. So again, that's another so some of these helper tools are great, like GitHub Copilot and that sort of thing. But if you use them enough, you're going to get lazy in the way that you build things. As you can clearly see here, I suck at capitalizing. So, is it necessary to capitalize things in order for your SQL to run? No. Um, you can write everything as lowercase if you want. However, there are generally certain conventions for capitalization that I'm not necessarily following. However, don't get too hung up on that. It's like JavaScript. There's also all these rules of things that are good to do, but you don't necessarily have to. So just FYI. All right. So now, last thing I want to cover is I've deleted this participants table. Now, let's say, oh, crud on a cracker. I want to have a new party, and I really shouldn't have gotten rid of that table. I want to, we're going to have, we had an awesome Star Trek trivia party last week. Everybody came. It was great. I want to do this again. So I want to recreate that table and re add all the participants from last time. So fortunately, I saved my statements that I used to create the table. So let's look at how we create a table. As with most things in SQL, it's fairly simple to do. There's a set of keywords you use: create table to create a table, right? Hooray. Create table, and then what you want that table to be called. So I want to create a table called participants. Now, what's different about what you may be useful, sorry, what's different between relational databases and NoSQL databases is that relational databases are um, very specific in the data structures that you can insert into a table. So think about a NoSQL database for a minute, like MongoDB, right? If you don't declare a schema using something like Mongoose, you can insert whatever the hell you want into any document in any order, right? Your data could be constantly changing structure. You could have different lengths. You could have different data types. It's a free for all, right? It's the Wild West. You can put whatever you want inside of a NoSQL database, and that can sometimes cause problems, right? So, in order to make things a little bit more structured, we use schemas. We use something like Mongoose to put a schema overlay, which validates the data that's going into our MongoDB database to make sure it has the correct structure so that our app can read it, right? To make sure that we're not just inserting garbage. The thing about relational databases is that they do the validation inherently. When you create a new table, you must specify what the data is going to look like that goes into that table. So the validate, you don't need to build a schema on top of this. The schema is part of the table. The validation is done automatically. It will your database will not allow invalid data to be written into your table. And in my view, that's one of the biggest advantages of relational databases is that that validation is inbuilt when you create your data structures, when you create your tables. So let's look at this example. For the table, for the participants table, I need to declare each column that's going to exist inside of my database, or sorry, inside of my table. We have the name column, the age column, and the attending column. And then we have to not only specify that, we have to specify what type of data is going in each column. So for the first one, I have what's called a varchar. Varchar is essentially a string. It literally means variable character. It just means a string that could be short or long. It could be a variety of lengths. So variable character, which is a string, and then I also need to specify the maximum length for the values that are going into that column. Now, this is currently set at 255, which is a little bit of overkill. I could probably set that at 50 and I would be fine, if not shorter. Um, Anything longer that tries to get written into this column will be truncated. The data will be snipped. So you got to be careful when you set up a table that not only choosing the right data type, in this case, a string, you're also choosing an appropriate length. Now, age, that's a number, right? So we specify that as a data type of integer. Integers are whole numbers. So for something like that, for something like an age, a person's age, integer is an appropriate choice, right? because unless you're being really pedantic, you're not going to put somebody's age in as 39.5, right? It's going to be generally a whole number. So integer is an appropriate choice. Now for attending, we have Boolean. What does Boolean mean? Garbage in, garbage out. Yeah, exactly. That's what you get. Yeah. What does Boolean mean? Oh, thank you, Oni. True or false? Yeah, Boolean just means true or false. So the only thing that this column will allow is values that are either true or false. If you try to write anything else to this column, it will be rejected. And we'll test that in a second. All right, so I'm going to recreate this table. Dan says, would it be easy to force age to be a positive number? Yes, you can do that. And I am unfortunately spacing on what the type needs to be for that. If anybody else knows, feel free to pop it in chat. There is a way to do it, and I'm spacing on what that is off the top of my head. Feel free to Google it and impress me with your with your knowledge. Oni asked about. We did talk about join statements. I think it was before you joined the stream. We did talk about all the different types of join statements. So feel free to rewind later on. We spent probably about an hour on that earlier in the stream. No worries, Oni. You can always watch the recording. All right, so let's create this table. All right, now let's do a little test here. So I'm going to insert these rows, and these will all work because they're all formatted correctly for what we specified here, right? Everything in column 1, these are all strings. Everything in column 2, these are all integers. Everything in column 3, these are all booleans. So these are all valid. But Saif says, does the varchar limit actually delete the exceeding characters or give an error? Yeah, it depends. We can test it here. Let's see. So I'm going to actually, here. I could do an alter statement, but I'm feeling lazy, so bear with me. We're just going, we're just nuking things with napalm left and right here. All right, I'm going to put this length down to 10, and then we'll try to write something that's longer than that. All right. So I'm going to do Charlie Day. So this name is longer than 10 cars. So we're going to try to do this insert here and see what happens. Okay, there we go. So it did return an error. There are times when the data may be truncated instead, but in this case, we have an error. It says failed to run SQL query, value too long for type character varying 10, right? It identified that something is too long, something that we're trying to put in is too long. So instead, we got to make it shorter. Okay. Now, if I do this, it will work. Baller. All right, now I'm going to write another insert statement here. And for this one, I'm going to try to use the wrong data type. I'm going to say Alice, 22, I don't know, purple. So I'm going to say Allie instead. Just give them a different name. Yes, that's right, Dan. It's unsigned integer. Yeah, unsigned. I couldn't remember that. Unsigned integer. If you want something to be a forced positive. Yeah. All right. So Allie is trying to insert a record here, but they have misconstrued the purpose of this column. They don't know that it's supposed to be a Boolean, so they just put their favorite color in there instead. Ah, yes. So when we try to do that, we get an error. Invalid input syntax for type Boolean, and then it tells us what the offending value is, purple. Purple is not a boolean, so it's not even going to allow us to insert that record if we are giving it the wrong data type. So think about a web app. You've built your database, you've set up all your tables, you're trying to build your web app, and you accidentally you're building out your form where your user is inputting some data, right? And you accidentally copy and paste and you put the wrong link. You link the wrong form field to the wrong controller, and so your controller is passing incorrect data to your database. Now, if I was doing something in a NoSQL document based data storage solution, there's the potential that I could just be happily writing the wrong records in the wrong place, and I wouldn't know until my app stopped working and it was unable to read the data that it was expecting. Now, with a relational database, you're going to immediately know, because validation will automatically fail when you try to write the wrong record into the wrong data type. And you'll probably know a lot sooner. Now, if you set up a schema, of course, it's going to also do that same validation. But schemas for a NoSQL database are set up not in the database itself, but in the app that is sending the data. So if you have multiple applications that are talking to the same NoSQL database, it's possible that perhaps one app has a schema and one does not. The one without the schema is writing bad data and you don't know. So then you end up with garbage, right? Garbage in, garbage out. And so a relational database would catch that from any write from any source, right? It would be like, nope, you're trying to write bad data. I ain't going to let you. So, in my opinion, that's a point in favor of relational databases. You do have to know your structure ahead of time. You have to know your data structure ahead of time. Um, but I still think that helps with planning and helps with validation. Drunko Grim says, wait, it's pronounced cars and not chars. Oh, cars versus chars. Yeah, I say cars, like with the CH as a hard cup. But yeah, I've heard it both ways, honestly. Chars versus cars. I'm thinking cars as in characters, with where the CH in characters is k. But yeah, I've definitely heard it both ways. There's no wrong. It's like, it's like SQL versus SQL. There's really no wrong way to say it, but people are going to have opinions nonetheless. Saif says, does anybody in real life project apps actually use NoSQL? Absolutely, yeah. NoSQL is great for web apps of a certain type. It's nice because you can write your web app in JavaScript and then also write all your controllers and stuff that talks directly to the database. Write all that in JavaScript as well. It's nice because it's pretty seamless. And using things like Mongoose, you can create validation schemas for the data that you're writing into your database. And so there's a lot of points in its favor as well. I mean, this type of database structure would not exist. NoSQL databases would not exist if they didn't have merits and usefulness. And so it's sort of every tool for its purpose, right? I would say that relational databases are far more popular and they have far more wide range of usage. But again, the merits of NoSQL databases or non-relational databases is that they offer flexibility. They offer ease of use, ease of talking to the database via a language you already know, JavaScript, and they also offer really great flexibility. So in a relational database, there are times when maybe you want to, add an additional column to a table, right? Well, if you add that additional column to the table, it's going to add a null record to every single previous record that was ever written to that table. So you might end up with weird looking data that comes out of that. They can be a little rigid, especially if data types change, if you're dealing with user entered data. So, as an example, a real world example, hooray! Millie, thank you so much for the follow.
No request
Um,
followed.
so, real world example. Like I said before, I'm a SQL developer by day, and I work with data that comes in from a wide variety of sources. One of those sources are sometimes user entered questionnaires and things where it basically just gives the user a form and they can enter whatever the hell they want. There's no limitations. The questions are trying to tell them what they should put in those boxes, but they don't always listen. And so you get folks that are entering their entire life story into a box that was only meant for one sentence. And when that happens, like we saw before, if I try to enter something that's too long for a field that I have declared, if I try to enter something too long in here, it's going to error. Now, if I did that in a NoSQL database, it would take it just fine. It wouldn't care. It doesn't care how long it is. It's just like, all right, yeah, sure, whatever. Put whatever, yeah, dump whatever you want in here. And so instead of causing an error, it gracefully accepts the data and it my app doesn't fail, right? Because that is technically validated. It's much too long for the form, but it is valid data. And so that would be helpful. I mean, there's many times when we've had errors in processes that run overnight, and the on-call person gets a call because somebody tried to enter a novel into a field that's not long enough. And when that happens, you have to increase the length of the entire field in the entire database. In the entire table. So pros and cons, right? Flexibility is good sometimes, and strictness and rigidity is good at other points. It's more about what is the best tool for the thing that you are trying to create. So, first thing you need to do is you need to understand what you have available. What is a NoSQL database? What is a relational database? What does that mean? And then number two is what am I trying to build and what features do I want from my backend database? What do I need? What do I need? Flexibility and scalability? Do I need rapid iteration? Do I need the ability to take in a lot of unstructured data, or do I need strict validation? Do I have a lot of rigid transactions coming in? Do I need uh, do I want my data to be very precise and very structured? Then a relational database might be a better choice. Maybe neither. Maybe you need a graph database for a social media app, something completely different. So, best tool for the job, really, in the end. I like to, really try to avoid those overall global statements of one is better than the other, because that's never the case. There's always something that one can do better that the other cannot. Although they are starting to converge, NoSQL databases and SQL databases are starting to converge in the features that they offer, which is great. They're starting to become closer together. I don't think they will ever merge because they are fundamentally different in their philosophy. But I think the more features each of them has, the better experience their consumers will have. All right, now I missed a lot of chat, so I'm trying to catch up here while I was blabbering on. Did somebody really? Chaoticism says, I think squeal is the wrong way. Does anybody actually say that? Oh, the Primogen says it. Okay, fair enough. I like squirrel personally. Like personally, my favorite mispronunciation of sequel is squirrel. So feel free to say that as well. Jungle Grandma says an agile dev had an interview where the HR person asked them to explain squeal to them. Oh my god. He paused and laughed. HR didn't. That's great. Yeah, and as Dan said, they chose a NoSQL database for ease of development, which is absolutely a valid way to do it. Um, Real time updates, serverless functions, all of which take a lot to set up with a traditional database. Absolutely. If you don't want to deal with that like front loaded setup cost, then sure. Tim Scar says, "Hey, Mind Wolf, I'm a senior engineer. Left my job a bit over a month ago, and I struggle getting interviews. Every recruiter says my CV is perfectly fine and I have the requirements, but the market's just dry. Any tips?" Yeah, network. That's the way to do it. Gotta say, make connections, make inroads at the companies that you want to be a part of. Make friends. Get people to vouch for you from the inside. Because yeah, I agree. There's a ton of competition out there, right? But the only way you're going to get to talk to the people that you need to talk to is by having their coworker Joe say, "Hey, I was just talking with Tim Scar, and I think they would be a great fit for this open role that you have. Why don't I, get their resume and send it your way, and you can get them in here for an interview." That's how it works. So contact people on Twitter or X or whatever it is now. Get in touch with them, make friends, go to meetups. You got to network, because a lot of folks. I'm sure you're extremely highly skilled, and but you gotta get your skills out there for people to actually see.
Azrilla_io just followed.
Azrael, thank you for the follow. If I see squirrel, my dog runs to the door and starts barking. Yeah, and the going through the recruiter route is hard. Um,
Quixoticism just
Chaoticism,
followed.
thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, the recruiter route is hard because a lot of the times they're just trying to fill a spot, right? And they don't really know what the requirements are. They don't really understand your skills. So that's hard.
Whiplama just followed.
Whiplama, thank you for the follow. Recruiters never got me a job. Yeah. Yep. So really, the way that you're going to get it is by making connections at the companies you want to be a part of, making people who are going to vouch for you, people who are going to speak to your skills, and because otherwise a resume is just a piece of paper. So you say people, but they don't really hire. Well, what about their friends? So people that be like, yeah, I know you're not hiring right now, but you know of do you you know talking to your friend, you'd be like, hey, I know you're not hiring right now. I was wondering if you could, do you know of any of your friends at other companies that are hiring? So maybe it's a friend of a friend, right? Creepypasta, thank you for the follow. Nerd Girl says, I got a job from attending a job fair that I heard about from a former client. Yeah, networking. Absolutely. Yep. Ezra said, the job market's pretty much rough. I went back to a previous employer. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't work out, but yeah, the most important thing is to just, when you leave a job, just don't burn bridges in case you got to run back there, right? And that way, is if you don't burn bridges, then you've got friends that are going to vouch for you at a new job. Maybe, you leave your old boss on good terms, your old boss goes to another company, and then when you're ready to move on again, your old boss is like, hey, I would love to work with you again, and hires you back on at the new company, right? Yeah. Safe says, do you guys know of any companies that offer remote internships? I think there's specific websites out there that could, help you find them. I don't really know of any. I'm not saying that there aren't any. I just don't personally know about that. Yeah, as Nerd said, be very true. Be very careful about burning bridges and avoid, yeah. When you're leaving a job, try to leave it on good terms if you're able to. Tim Scar says, when I apply somewhere and they say, we want someone who knows lemons, and I have citrus experts on my CV because they don't know what that means. They don't even mess. Yeah, it's all keyword association. They're just using software to parse these resumes. So they don't know that those two things are essentially the same. Yeah. And it's code. Yeah, great example there, Code Stank. I got hired by my old boss for my current job after having a job in between our first working together and current. Absolutely. Yeah. I've used previous managers from like two previous roles. I've used them as references for other things just because I left them on good terms. They liked me, even though I left. Like they still liked me, and so yeah, I've been able to use those previous managers, as references. Drop bridges. Memorial, thank you for the follow. It works sometimes. Yeah, it doesn't always work, but it works sometimes. Uh, okay. Um, put up fake posts for the job you want, harvest resumes. 10 job offers from people I worked with before. Yeah, I would just go back to those folks and be like, hey, I really appreciate these offers. These are fantastic. I'm really my passion is with software engineering though. So do you have any friends who are hiring for those sorts of roles. Any maybe friends in other departments or friends at other companies that are hiring for specifically software engineering roles. Um, because it's clear based on the fact that you have 10 job offers that those folks are valuing they like you, right? They value your skills. And so if you can go back to those people and be like, wow, I'm so flattered that you would, want to offer me this job, but my passion is software engineering. So if you could refer me to anybody else who is hiring for those types of roles, I would really appreciate it. That's how I would go about that. Yeah. Yeah, that's it's a great topic. It's it's a hard thing to figure out sometimes, right? But um, hopefully we all get there in the end. Mina, hi, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Okay, let's do. I'm thinking about this. I just want to do like one more to wrap things up. Um, but one that's not too difficult because we only have a few minutes left before I want to wrap up. All right, let's do like let's do a mathy question. So just for funsies, last question of the stream, we're gonna do a mathy question, so y'all can flex your math skills. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, and very important thing: how do I write comments in SQL? Uh, Comments are a very important part of code, right? But it seems like every single code language has a different way that they write comments, right? So how do I write comments in SQL? Well, for single line comments, use dash dash like that. And for multi-line comments, use slash star. Whoops. Slash star. Ah, and you close it with star slash. So just FYI, you will get it wrong because every language does it differently. I find myself trying to do JavaScript comments in SQL all the time and SQL comments in JavaScript. So I get it screwed up all the time. But for reference, that's how you do it in SQL. Good night, engineer. Always good to have you here. Oh, Mina, thank you so much. Nerd Girl suggests best advice I got was to continue interviewing and networking while you have a job, if possible. Absolutely, there's nothing to stop you. Code Stink says, I'm surprised that software developers, especially web developers who work with communication between computers, are not good with networking. Really? Is that surprising? Tifu, thank you so much for the Prime sub. My goodness. That's so kind of you. Thank you. And it didn't cost you anything because you used your Prime sub, so you are smart. Smart cookie. All right. Yeah, I would. So as far as software developers, talking to computers is much easier than talking to people. Just personal opinion here. Um, People are complex and squishy and random, whereas computers generally have a set of rules that they follow, and rules are much easier to communicate with when the rules are predefined. Sorry, I'm just catching up with chat. Y'all are hopping right now. Dan says, did not even know there were multi-line comments. Yeah. Um, some folks don't use them at all. Some folks just do, every single line of their comment like this, like this question right here, like they've done here. Um, but multi-lines are great if you want to put like a paragraph in. You can just do slash star star slash open close. And in some SQL clients, you can even set up a command where all you need to do is highlight this and use a keyboard shortcut, and it will just add comments for you. So, or comment marks for you. HTML comments. Yeah, those suck. Yeah, Jungle Grandma. That's a great example of networking. I like that. Sans, thank you so much for the
User
follow.
underscore 9338 just followed.
We can easily communicate with other people by leaving JavaScript comments. 3 times. Welcome to the stream. Good to know. Thank you. Yeah, people are squishy and unpredictable. People are also filled with goo. That's correct. Some other stuff, but mostly goo. Yeah. All right, Oni. Great to have you here. Yes, Sans. My eyes are a little odd looking, aren't they? They are okay. Yes. I have a birth defect called strabismus, where my eyes don't focus together. I can see perfectly fine though. It really doesn't affect my vision. I just suck at catching a ball in sports because I don't have good depth perception. But it really doesn't. It doesn't affect me in any other way. I'm going to invent TypeScript, but for people, type specific. Oh, yes. But yes, I appreciate your concern, Sans. I am fine though. All right. Any perks to it? Um, I have a slightly wider field of vision, I guess, than people with normal eyes. I guess. Also, because I sucked so bad at like depth perception and playing regular sports, I got really into computers when I was younger, which kind of helped kickstart the rest of my career. Right. So instead of like getting concussions on the soccer field or whatever, I learned how to use computers. So that helps, I guess. It's a plus. I can see the Matrix. Yeah, I wish. Mattel says, so what you said about comments specific to MS SQL? No, so right here, what we're using, this is Postgres. This isn't MS SQL. This is Postgres. So yeah, in general, the comments, SQL comments are, I think, standard across the flavors, at least the flavors that I've used. Now, if anybody has used different comment types in another flavor of SQL, please do let me know. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Ah, see if my shoulder pops. Lordy. I partially dislocated my right shoulder like a month ago, so it does interesting things now. There we go. The flavors. Yeah. I mean, that's the best description that I've found to talk about the differences between the different options that are out there for sequels. I just call them flavors because they're all different and none of them are any really better than the others. They're just different. And so they're like flavors. Yeah. Yeah. It was kind of sucky, but it's okay. My arm is fine. Creepypasta says every SQL database uses the translate SQL language, if I'm not wrong, which is common. Yeah, so I mean, SQL is all based on a standard. There are standard, like there's like a dictionary of standards that's set out for a language to be called SQL, but all of them do, have subtle differences, right? Uh, Chaoticism says, how often do you stream? Right now, I stream once a week on Sundays. My normal stream time is 3 p.m. Eastern. I started 2 hours late today because of a family commitment. But yeah, every Sunday. Okay, sorry, Steve. We'll do the math problem. I apologize. I get wrapped up in talking to the chat. Okay, let's do it. But I love the conversation, by the way. Um, You are camping with your friends far from home. But when it's time to go back, you realize that your fuel is running out and the nearest pump is 50 miles away. That's a long way away. You know that on average, your car runs on about 25 miles per gallon. There are 2 gallons left. Considering these factors, write a function that tells you if this is possible to get to the pump or not. Now, when they say function, this question is written for JavaScript originally, but there is the option to do it in SQL. So we're doing the SQL version. So when they say function, they're not necessarily meaning write a SQL function. They're just referring to JavaScript syntax. So if you can make it, it should return true if it's possible and false if not. So write your SQL statement here. You are given a table called zero fuel with columns distance to pump, MPG, and fuel left. Return a table with all the columns in your result in a column called res. So they're wanting us to do the calculation based on the existing columns and then create a new column called res. So now you can see the result here when I was testing this question earlier. You can see the result, but I've deleted the actual query that I used to get there, so we're going to have to build it ourselves. So if I select star from zero fuel, this is the base table. We have three columns, and we have to come up with the calculation in order to return what they want. And Fisk says, hell yeah, Supabase. I like Supabase too. All right. So what do they want? They want all columns and your result in a new column. PLPG SQL is complicated stuff. Is there a better editor than the web one for this sort of thing? Yeah, so the Supabase web editor isn't the best for like complicated SQL. I would probably use a dedicated editor like VS Code or something that's really going to help you with syntax and that sort of thing. This is more for just quick and dirty, quick and dirty little queries. I would use something dedicated. Super duper base. All right. So what do we want to select here? What do we want to select from the base table? Let's start with that. We're going to have to build a column. We know that. But what do we want to select from the base table? Tim, thank you for the follow. Super duper base.
10.1.1.101 just followed.
What do we want to select from? What are they asking for from the base table? And then we'll build our additional column on top of that. So don't make it too hard on yourself right away. I'm not asking for the full answer. Just absent of the extra column we're going to have to create, what do they want from the base table?
Just followed.
It's awesome, Freedom Now. So let's read the question again. Return a table with all the columns and your result in a column named res. So forget about this part for now. We're gonna do that part, but return a table with all the columns. Yeah. So what are we gonna want to do? We're gonna want to have select star, right? For starters. Now we want to create an additional column on top of that. So what we can do is we can do star comma and then add our additional column below that. So what that's going to do is it's going to select everything from the base table in this case, which is zero fuel, and then we're going to do math, and we're going to build an additional column on top of that. Okay. All right. So what's the mathy part here? You want to figure out if it's possible to get to the pump or not. So they give us the distance to the pump, and then how many miles per gallon this particular car gets, and then how much fuel is left in the tank. So what's a way that we could do that? So Saif has a suggestion there. 50 minus MPG times fuel, greater than zero true, less than zero false. Okay, so what you're essentially saying is something like this, minus MPG times fuel left. And then, I know this is just pseudocode, but greater than zero, true, less than or equal to zero, false. Okay. And then it would be as res or whatever. Yes, we're going to have to return a result based on a Boolean, right? But let's think about it. I understand the structure here may not necessarily be right, but let's think about if we have all the elements that we actually need here. Because what we actually want to return is a table with a new column called res and a value of true or false for each record. A value of true or false for each record, right? So is the correct way to approach this starting with a hard coded value of 50? Should we be doing that? What do you guys think? Is that really what the question is asking? Return a table with all the columns in your result in the column named res. So each value in that new res column is going to be true or false depending on what is in the other columns in the table. Yeah, exactly. It's going to need to be something like distance to pump. Yeah. So we're going to want to calculate for each of these records, we're going to want to look at this value and then subtract the MPG times the amount of fuel left. And then if that is greater than 0, then is that right? If, let's think about this. Let's say the distance to the pump is, let's find a good one here. Let's say the distance to the pump is 40 miles. We got 40 miles to go before we run out of fuel. I'm subtracting from that 30 miles per gallon times 1 gallon of fuel left. That means I'm going to run out of fuel with 10 miles to go. So 40 minus 30 is 10, which is greater than 0, right? So what result should that return? If the distance to pump is 40 miles and my MPG times fuel, remaining fuel, is only 30, what result should that return? Yeah, it should return false. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just trying to make sure that everybody kind of is gathering the logic here. We're going to put the logic together, and then we're going to figure out how to put this into a valid SQL statement. Because right now this isn't going to work, but we're going to figure out how to put it into a valid SQL statement. So we're going to change this around, so I can just swap these. So if that value is greater than 0, we return true, or sorry, false, and then else true. Okay. So if that value is greater than 0, we're going to run out of gas before we get to the pump, right? If it's less than or equal to 0, then we're going to get there either just in time or we're going to have some extra fuel left over. All right. So I think this logic is going to work. Now let's figure out how we can structure this into a valid SQL statement. So deep cut. I'm going to see if anybody remembers, if anybody who was here last week remembers how we do conditional statements. By conditional statements, I mean things like if else, how we do conditional statements in SQL statements. Anybody remember? I know you know safe, but I'm trying to get the folks that maybe were here last week and maybe don't remember or do remember. Yeah, exactly. I'm seeing some folks who were here last week who are maybe remembering a little bit. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Got some active recall here. Absolutely. Yeah. So we're going to use a case statement, or as you, oh no, you're good, chaoticism. It's okay. We're going to talk about it again right here. So we're going to use what's a case statement or a switch statement. So in JavaScript, you'll often hear them called switch statements. In SQL, they're often called case statements. So, or case when, yeah. Now, anybody who watches my JavaScript streams knows that I do like to use my switch statements or my case statements, and I've always said I like them, and everybody says that I'm crazy. Like all my JavaScript viewers are like, "Why do you like these? They're friggin', they're garbage. Like, why do you like these switch statements so much?" And the secret is, it's because that is the way you do essentially an if else or a conditional statement inside of a select statement like this. That's how you have to do it. So we're going to write it out. We say case when, and then we say our first case. So case when, I shouldn't have deleted that. We'll do it this way. Case when distance to pump times mpg or minus mpg times field left. I'm going to put this in parentheses just because it's easier to read. So it calculates this, and if that value is let's see, if that value is, and I'm going to get this wrong, greater than 0, then we return false. And in this case, we really only need one condition. We can just say, hey, if this condition is met, then return false. Anything else happens, else true. So, and just to make this clear, I'm going to do proper capitalization here. Case when blah, 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 then false, else true. And in general, in a case statement, you want to indent. So you'll do something like this. And then last thing we need to do is specify what we want this new column to be called. So we can say end as res. Switch statements are awesome. I'm glad somebody else agrees with me, Mattel. And we could have multiple cases here. Like we could be getting really nuanced in this calculation. We could be, returning a different result for every single possible, value that this could return, right? We'd have infinite case possibilities here. But in this case, we really only need one because it's either going to be a Boolean. It's going to be either false or it's going to be true. If we were writing this in JavaScript, we could do this in a single line ternary, right? We could do this in a ternary statement. But unfortunately, we have to be a little bit clumsier with writing things in a SQL statement like this. Any syntax for ternary operator in SQL? Not that I'm aware of. SQL folks out there, anybody know of one? I'm not aware of one. I'm aware that this is the way that you do, conditional statements in a SQL statement. Saif or Dan or anybody out there know of a ternary in a select? Like I said, I'm not aware of one, but that doesn't mean one doesn't exist. All right, well, let's run this and let's see what we get. Oh, and last thing here, all we're doing on this last line is we're essentially doing like in JavaScript where you would do you would break, you would end your switch state, you would break it, right? And then the last thing we're doing is just setting an alias, right? So here, once again, another use case for aliasing things. We are setting an alias to the results that get returned, and we're calling it res. There we go. Okay, so I think that's working. No worries, say. Our ancient ancestors knew not to provide us with ternary operators in SQL for our own good. Yeah, so SQL is pretty rigid in a lot of ways. There are certain shortcuts that you can take, like we've seen before, but in this case, it's pretty rigid as far as when you're doing conditionals, you kind of have to do them like this. All right, so I think this is working. Let's confirm. So this record here, we know is not going to get us to the pump, so it returns false. Same with this one, so close, but no cigar. The rest of these, I think, are valid. Yeah, so for example, this one here, 75 miles left in the tank, 55 miles to the pump, so true. So I think this is working. And question. So given that I have essentially created a new column here, right? If I were to go back and do a select star from zero fuel, would I see this column in the table? Would this res column be there? Dan says Stack Overflow says where is external case at type when to, but yeah, it's still a case statement. It's a one line case statement, but it's still a case statement. There's no shorthand for it. So we got two saying no. Anybody think it might be in there? I'm just curious. There's really no wrong answers and no stupid questions. So, because if you have a question or if you're not sure about something, then probably somebody else has the same thing. Ah, Arth Vader, welcome to the stream. They're thinking that this res column might be in the table now. So we did our select here, we did our math, and we created our res that is visible in the results. And so if I do now and I go back and I do just a select star on the original table, let's see what happens. 3 times says I don't know what's going on. I don't know how I got here. Well, you can stick around. Schrodinger's column. All right, let's run it. Nope. Okay, it's not there. Now, why? Why isn't it there? Well, it's not there because we have done a select statement. And the select statement by design is reading data. That's all it's doing. It's reading data and not making any. We can do calculations, we can do logic inside of a select statement as much as we want. We can create as many new columns as we want. We can put them in whatever order we want. But fundamentally, it's the R in CRUD, right? Create, read, update, delete. This a select statement is the R in CRUD. It is reading data only. Okay? So that's just important to remember. A lot of the times, if you are not a database developer and you are given access to a database, you might only be given read access, which means that the only thing you can do in that database is write select statements. Thank you for the follow, Spacious Void.
Spacious underscore void
So
just followed.
if you're good at select statements, you're going to go pretty far, even if you don't know how to do the other stuff, because you might never be allowed to do the other stuff. So, Toxicer, thank you for the
Void
follow.
just followed.
Yeah, so in some flavors, correct. There is the ability to do ifs, like an if logic. Lance the Legend, thank you for the follow. Um, and even in something like Postgres, you can do ifs, but just not in select statements. That's the important distinction. This Aria, thank you for the
Void just
follow.
followed.
Y'all are so kind. Um, yeah, so that's important to remember. Some flavors offer differently. Some flavors operate differently. Some flavors allow you to do it. Some don't. Some only allow if statements in certain conditions, not in selects. So, for example, Emphas says one more time. What does end as res mean? Yeah, okay. So it's possible that your case statement might have many, many, many conditions. So you could be saying, distance to pump greater than 0, greater than 1, greater than 2, greater than 3. You could be specifying a bunch of different conditions. Basically, what the end means is just this case statement is done, over, finito. Stop, the logic, this part of the logic is over, and the statement should have its final value. So whatever it's going to write in that record, we're basically just telling the database, all right, gather up this value, you get ready to write it to the results. We're saying, all right, the case statement is over, and then the as is what we call an alias. And so you'll see aliases quite a bit. The as keyword generally says, all right, we're going to be naming this, we're going to be giving this a name in the results column only. That name will not exist in the original table. It's just a label. It's like you're taking that as is like you're taking a piece of tape, you're writing on it with a Sharpie, and you're sticking it on top. You're saying, all right, that's what I'm calling this for now. It only exists as the result of this query. It's just a name to help me identify that column. You can rename existing columns. You can give them aliases, and that happens a lot. We talked about it earlier when you're doing a join and you have two columns in two different tables with identical names. You can alias them so that in the results you know which column is which. It won't affect the original tables. That's important to remember. You're not changing the original tables, but you are giving them a nickname, an alias. So you won't always see the as keyword being used. I'm using it purposefully to clearly identify that we are doing an alias. Um, but in some cases, especially in the cases of joins, you will often see that as keyword being dropped, not being used. Um, and so it's important to remember that aliases are very common, especially in the cases of joins and calculated columns like this. Um, and if you don't necessarily have to have one, we can omit that and see what it does when I do. It picks a name. It picks a name for me, and it's not a very good name, right? It just picked the first word in my logic. It said, all right, fine. You didn't give this a name. I'm going to call it case. So, and it's some flavors like in PL SQL, if I forget to alias a logic column, what it will do is it will just put the entire logic statement as the column name, which can get really annoying, especially if you have a really long logic statement. It'll just assign the entire thing as the column name, which yeah is not great. Or it'll like I think it truncates it after a certain amount, but it's garbage. So in general, when you're calculating a column using logic, you want to give it an alias. Okay, going back to the chat. Mattel says, so what? Joiner insert to add the data? Yeah, if you truly want to add um, logic to the original table, you're going to need to do an actual write statement of some kind. So an insert, or yeah, I mean, potentially you could, you know, do the logic, dump it into a temp table. I'm not sure what the best way to do that would be. Yeah, you might just like you could do update statements to add a column to the base table, right? First, you have to add an empty column to the base table using an alter statement, and then you would use update statements to update the existing rows with the new values. And Tifu says, "N means that SQL should have been a curly brace language." Hey, I think so. SQL, to be fair, SQL was first invented in 1977. So, like, I don't even know if curly braces existed back then. So, in all fairness, I mean, that may have been before curly braces were invented. Yeah, and sometimes aliases are required. That's correct. And we saw earlier, so it may have been before you joined, but so for Toxicer and Mfusk, um, if you don't alias identical column names in like when you're doing a join, um, it's possible that you could end up referencing the wrong column, like because the database doesn't know what you're. If you have two identical names, it could you could end up displaying the wrong column in the results, in the wrong position in the results. So you can get some weird behavior. So computers didn't even exist back then. Yeah, back in the 1970s, everybody was doing SQL on slide rules. That's right. Ghetto. You're killing me. Back then, curly braces were ye olden whippy lines. Yeah, you had to draw them in your code with a calligraphy pen. That's right. Ye olden whippy lines. We can just yeah. Well, let's just go back to punch cards. It makes things so much easier. Okay, let's plug this answer into Code Wars, and then we're going to wrap it up. All right. I need to make sure that let's see, caseman. Blah blah blah. Oh, so I need to alias this again. And as res. Now I do want to. I just want to test this real quick. And res. Yeah. So notice what I just did there. Previously, when I was aliasing things, I always used the as keyword to clearly identify, hey, I am creating an alias here, but the as keyword is not required. So just as an FYI, I recommend using as because it clearly, again, it's one of those things, it's not necessary, but it's just you're being very specific about what you're doing. So similar to some of the other things we talked about, such as specifying column names and insert statements and that kind of thing, yeah, it's a little bit more typing, but it clearly says this is what I am doing. Okay. So you don't have to use the as keyword and your alias will still work. I can just say end res. And that tells, that in the way the logic works, it just says, yep, this statement is over and this is what I'm calling this new column. But as I said before, If you can be explicit about your intentions, it's better to do that, in my opinion. So I generally do use the as keyword. We got that. And his res. Okay, I think this is what they want. All columns in your result. Yeah, okay. So that should be good to go. Emphasis. I thought as was required. And it's very common that people do use it. But I've also seen examples from my coworkers where they just don't. They don't bother. And I think it makes it more confusing to read. I by far prefer using as. But not everybody does. Personal preference. In my opinion, it makes things easier to parse and more readable. But all right. So the question here is, will you make it? And we're going to do it. So if you encounter a question that's available in multiple languages, um, make sure that you choose the correct option. So you can see I've already done it in JavaScript, but I'm going to choose the SQL option. Just click the SQL icon, and that pulls it up in SQL, so it'll run the test case in SQL for me. All right, Badoop. I thought as was required. It should be. In my opinion, yeah, it should be, but it's not. Okay, we'll test this. Okay, what do we fail here? Maybe there's some nulls in there or something. Uh, that looks the same to me. Oh, wait, did I ID distance to pump emoji fuel left res? I'm not seeing any differences. What's the difference? Diff. Expected 4, got 5. Should return 4 columns, got 5. Okay. I'm getting 4 here. Let me double check that. Yeah, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4 columns here. Anybody see a mistake that I'm making here? ID, yeah, but select results. Oh, is there an ID field in there? Okay, I guess in their table there's an ID field. Um, Omit the ID. Yeah, I guess so. But in the question, just to be clear, in the question, it did explicitly say return a table with all the columns. So I guess they didn't really mean that. They didn't really mean return a table with all the columns. They meant return a table with all the columns except ID. So womp womp. Oh well. So we can do this. We'll explicitly declare each column that we want to return. Distance to pump, MPG, fuel left, and then we've got res in there already. Okay. Downvote. Can we select all except one column? Not that I'm aware of. If anybody does know, let me know. All right, let's test. There we go. Now it worked when I disobeyed the instructions and it omitted the column. Now, when we're talking about um, select star exclude, okay, yeah, we could do that. I don't know that I've ever done. Does that work in Saif? Does that work in Postgres as well? So there is an exclude statement. Apparently, I haven't done that personally, but hey, that's cool. I like it. It's neat. Um, so when we're talking about aliases here too, even though we're not joining to anything here, we could alias this table. So from zero fuel, we could alias it as Z. So we could say as Z here, and then do z dot. So you'll sometimes see this on single tables, but it's not necessarily required. So if we test this again, it should work. Yeah, so it still worked. We aliased our table zero fuel as z, and we just added that z dot to the start of every single field. Now, again, not necessary because we're selecting from only one table here, um, but it does explicitly, tell anybody who looks at this that all of these columns are coming from our zero field table. No, I do actually. I do like it, Dan. And I'm going to try it. I want to see if it. I'm actually going to try it in. I want to try it in PL SQL for my day job. I'm going to see if I can do it in Oracle SQL tomorrow. Imprecise language is the bane of my existence. All right, let's attempt it. Select star exclude Dan can code. Oh, that's harsh. All right, and that works as well. So now we can see that it ran at least 100 test cases. And now let's submit. So here's a case when, but let's look at the top solution. What do they do here? So here's some MPG, fuel left distance to pump. So yeah, what they did here is a great one-liner Code Wars solution. I probably wouldn't do it this way, but you can. So what they've done here is they've essentially forced an implicit true-false return, just by doing a conditional, like a conditional parameter here. So less than equal to MPG times to a left. So that the fact that we're having a check here, a check condition, forces a return of either true or false without the case statement. But I prefer this, honestly. It's a little more typing, but again, it makes it very clear that you are doing logic um, that could return different results. So looks like it's either going to be one or the other, probably. Oh goodness, this one's intense. They're doing a whole transaction here. Dang. All right. Yeah. uh, Chaoticism says, in this Z is an alias for the table or data. It's an alias for the table. Yeah. Um, so let's see if I can go back here. Now it deleted it, but yeah. So the alias, you can assign aliases to columns. You can assign aliases to tables. Whatever you need, really. Um, time to become a SQL. Yeah, do it. Become a SQL dev. Absolutely. There's the nice thing about becoming a SQL dev is that you're probably never going to have a shortage of work opportunities. It's not the most glamorous language or the most dramatic language or the most flexible language, but it is incredibly useful and incredibly widely used. ASCII art production, sure, do it. Love me some type coercion, baby. SQL devs get paid by the word in their queries. The thing about SQL queries is that a lot of the times whenever you're whenever you're affecting data or whenever you're affecting data that's going to be touched by a lot of people or accessed by a lot of people, you're going to want to make your queries and your statements as readable as possible, because if anything goes wrong, a lot of people may be affected, and you want to be able to troubleshoot that statement as quickly as possible, right? You don't want there to be any ambiguity. You don't want there to be any question about what was being done or what was being affected. So personally, I tend to write my statements in a little bit more wordy fashion, but in a very readable fashion. So it's always very clear what is happening, what's being affected. And again, personal preference, but I prefer descriptive statements over briefer statements that are harder to parse, especially when you're learning. When you're first learning SQL, I think that's valuable as well, to really spell things out so it's very clear. Okay, I'm trying to do this. And then if it doesn't work, you can quickly troubleshoot. Saif says, I know how to select. Can I become a SQL dev? Hey, Saif, um, I kind of broke into the whole analytics field by putting SQL on my resume when all I knew how to do was select statements. So yes, I broke into analytics by putting SQL on my resume when all I knew was select from whatever where. Like I knew how to do like select, where, and then like a few simple filters. What else you can talk about JavaScript? So he says, or will it be asked in the interview how to design Twitter DB? I don't think so. Not for an entry level position. Twitter and a database for a social media app is probably not going to use a relational database anyway. You're going to be using something like a graphical database or something like that. And Tifu says, if you write code at maximum cleverness, and if debugging requires more cleverness than writing code, then you will never be able to debug easily. Absolutely. Why not make it easier on yourself? Make it easy on your on your coworkers when they try to troubleshoot your code, especially when it comes to SQL. That's what I try to do. I don't. I'm not always successful, but I try. That's why I only write in if statements. Kiata says, what level of skill do you want to have before putting it on a resume? That's up to you, really. I put SQL on my resume, like I said, when I knew how to write select statements and nothing else. Um, so, personal preference. But again, that when I put it on my resume, I was looking at more data analytics positions, which rely more heavily on read-only type statements. So it also depends on what you're going for. If you're going to be a SQL dev, then I would suggest that you would probably need to know the basics of CRUD, right? Create, read, update, delete. How do I write each of those statements? And how do I create a table? How do I alter a table? Stuff like that. Basic database object manipulation for a dev role, I would say would be the minimum. No worries, Saif. Good to have you here. Thank you. If statements, upgrade to switch. Yes, I agree. Switch statements are the pinnacle. Oh man, I can feel people picking up their pitchforks. All right, folks. Well, I had an awesome time with you today. Thank you all for rolling with the later start time. Any questions before we wrap it up? I think we're gonna conclude for the evening. I haven't had dinner yet, and it's like 9:30 p.m. Um, where I'm at, so I'm ready for dinner. I think. I find your if statements shallow and pedantic. Any questions before we wrap it up? I'm gonna while y'all are thinking about that, I'm going to see if we can find someone to raid. Hey, Copperly says, this is great. Can we build an app with this sometime? Yes, I do want to build an app. Normally, when I do app builds here on the stream, I do them with no SQL backend because that's, folks, we build apps in the MERN stack, so with JavaScript and React. And so I tend to use MongoDB for the backends because that uses JavaScript which folks are familiar with and is comfortable. However, I do want to start building some apps with relational backends. To kind of show the differences and similarities there. So yes, we will do an app with probably using Supabase as the back end here soon. Probably not next week. I think I'm going to be uh, somewhat occupied next weekend, so probably won't be a stream next weekend. But that remains to be seen. I will advertise on Twitter, yes or no, prior to next Sunday. So follow me on Twitter if you're not following me already. Exclamation point Twitter. Um, or it's like whatever it is, X. I still call it Twitter. Who cares? So, but yes, I do want to build an app with a Supabase backend at some point. I love how Dan. I love how you were optimistic and you typed exclamation point X. I've never changed that command. Is always going to be Twitter. It's never going to change. Bear with me 1 second. I can't read funny jokes in chat and raid somebody at the same time. You would never take that from me. Excuse me, it's called a post now, not a tweet. Oh my god. You get personally banned by Elon. Uh, all right. Let's see who's online that we can raid. We're later than usual, so I'm hoping there's some new folks on that we can hit up here. No worries, Mattel. Ooh, yes, we've got two excellent folks that we have the possibility of rating today, um, and I'll let you guys pick which one. So we've got Lana Lux, who is a fantastic game developer. They just recently released their game. I think I haven't checked in with them in a while to see how that was going. But yeah, freaking amazing solo game developer, building really cool games and a really fun person as well. And then another possible target that we have is Whistleface, who is a fantastic DJ and a really nice person. They have a really fun stream and they mix live music in a really fun and positive environment. So, your choice, folks. Do we want to raid the fantastic Lana Lux or the equally fantastic Whistleface? You guys pick. Yes, I believe. Yeah, yeah. So I think Azrael is right. I think it's Unity that Lana's in. Whistle could be fun. Oh no, you're fine, Dan. I do think it's Unity. Okay, we've got one for Whistle, one for Lana. Y'all get in here. Whistle. Thank you for the follow, Chrono. Lana.
Chronicus86 followed.
All right, I need a tiebreaker. Somebody. Otherwise, I'm just going to pick one. Okay, we got a couple more votes for Lana. We'll raid Lana. They are always super fun. We'll hit up Whistle another time. All right, here we go. Raid is starting now. I will see you all when I see you. I hope you all had fun. I hope you all found this valuable. I will be moving some of these to YouTube here soon. So see you all later. Have a great rest of your night. Raid is starting in 5 seconds. Good night.